I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which we propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to America's Third Party and today's Truth Tuesday. Hello, my name is David Sponheim, and this is definitely a day to remember and reflect upon. We're at a point where we're being told that climate change is so bad that we're going to have to do something radical immediately to stop this. That by 2030 it's going to get really, really bad. By 2040, devastation. And all the Democrats believe it's all your pollution coming out of your muffler. That we're all to blame somehow by eating meat. Yet the Democrats and the Republicans refuse to admit or acknowledge what's happening every day above you. The endless spraying of chemtrails. And I argue that what they're doing is trying to poison the atmosphere to stimulate an ecological reset. Killing off the ozone, depleting it so that all these horrible things are happening. And now, Hurricane Michael is bearing down on Florida with possible Category 3 levels predicted, which will be devastating. And I've been arguing that they've been using weather warfare and weather modification techniques against our country, and Many of you have been watching and probably agreeing or not agreeing, but the bottom line is I'd rather blame the chemtrails than your flatulence or your mufflers in your cars, like the Democrats want to. They want to abolish combustion engines. It's crazy. But we are seeing complete destruction of our environment at all different levels. We just heard a story earlier about how the Antarctica is facing another break in a glacier. I'll get to that later. In the meantime, a big story here. Nikki Haley has resigned as ambassador to the UN. She's putting her resignation forward. And she's leaving the post with $1 million in personal debt. Very strange that this woman, who apparently doesn't know how to spend money properly, is leaving so maybe she could make more money in the private sector. Who knows? But federal ethics reports show Haley had a debt of $525,000 to $1.1 million in 2017. So she's not handling her funds very well, and she's leaving the White House post. I think we got a problem with her in that we never really took a stand against the UN. Donald impishly laughed kind of coyly when they all laughed at him at the UN. I don't think we should ever let the UN get away with laughing at our president without punishment. And I think we need to pull the entire Millennium Directive funds that were put in place over 10 years ago by George W. Bush and, Barack Obama funded the $55 billion that he put together. And then Trump said he was going to cut 25%. We need to cut it all. We don't need to give any money to the UN, and we especially need to separate the UN from our military. Right now, there are provisions set up by the U.S. Army and Marines that in the event of a martial law, the UN would be called in and their troops would be allowed in our country. That's just inexcusable. Trump is going to have to write their names out of every single document he's got. They have a document called the Civilian Detention Document the Army created in 2010 with the UN directive involved. The UN is involved in our Strong Cities Network, our Resilient Cities Network, and all the different plans that Barack Obama and now Donald Trump have put together to impose restrictions on our cities in the event of martial law. Why would the UN be involved in our response to national disasters? It's crazy. So we need to get them out of our country. Yeah, Civilian Detention Plan 2010. If you'd like to read the document that the Army put together to put all of you in jails and FEMA camps, I have a copy of it. Oh, okay. Oh, detention 21. I don't have a copy of it right now. I'll get back to you on that one. They apparently pulled it off the site. But FEMA has simple provisions set up where the UN comes in and helps, which is kind of messed up. We certainly don't want that. I've got a link here from Robin regarding something monstrous. 20 times, mosquitoes 20 times larger than normal are swarming the Carolinas. 20 times larger than normal mosquitoes, which possibly could involve genetically modified mosquitoes. We don't know. They're genetically modifying bugs without our approval. I don't miss high school, no. There was a time when I missed college. No, I'm not gay, I'm straight. There was a time when I missed college, but I couldn't, imagine going forward in college without the funding. And I certainly couldn't imagine getting a degree, having to listen to Marxist professors tell me what to do. But this is pretty interesting. It's a 29-minute video that Robin Lynn sent us. Let me get a taste of what we're talking about here.
And today I have a very serious report to share with you. We're going to be talking about all of the monstrosities that are taking place in North Carolina when it comes to not only Hurricane Florence and the power outages and the flooding there, but also the monstrous mosquitoes that are reported to be 20 times larger than normal swarm after the hurricane. Now, I'm also going to be telling you the truth about this and the problem reaction solution, because if you think that this is ordinary and that this is natural, it's time to think again, because this is some real serious biological warfare, folks. But I'm here at the Charlotte Observer that says monstrous mosquitoes 20 times larger than normal swarm, Carolinas after Florence. North Carolina has suddenly become a hotspot for some of the largest mosquitoes in the country, known as, quote, mega mosquitoes, due to the rancid puddles left by Hurricane Florence. Now, according to USA Today, it's called an outbreak, and it's described as, quote, bloodthirsty, aggressive, and monstrous pests.
Wow. Okay. Prophecies of plague and pestilence, of course, have been in the Bible and Revelations, and we're starting to see that happening, especially when this is artificially produced hurricanes, like the one Michael bearing down now in Florida, reaching up to Category 3 levels, up to 125 miles per hour. So, Robin, I'm going to add that link to the first link on our list tonight for our after show. Thank you very much for sending that in. Yep. Plagues, pestilence, all this stuff. And priests accused of having oral sex in a car in South Beach, Florida. Okay, that's something we need to talk about. Police officer found men in afternoon parked across from park, report says. Apparently the priests were involved in oral sex with each other. This is on the heels of Pope Francis not making a statement about pedophilia in his ranks with Cardinal McCarrick.
Sex acts in a car on busy Ocean Drive. Local 10 News reporter Christian De La Rosa has this disturbing story for us down from West Miami-Dade. Christian.
And it was Labor Day near a children's park. We met both of these men here at the jail as they were bonding out. Hello, sir. We were trying to get their side of the story, but they seemed terribly embarrassed. What were you doing in that car? Catholic priest Edwin Cortez.
Anything to say to your parishioners?
And Diego Berrio, covering their faces as they bond out of jail, avoiding our questions.
¿Y por qué lo hizo en Miami Beach?
Even running from our cameras.
What were you doing in that vehicle?
Miami Beach police say it was this black Volkswagen Beetle, where one of their officers caught the two priests having oral sex in broad daylight, parked on Ocean Drive in South Beach.
In fact, to get their attention, he had to knock on the window.
Both appearing in court charged with lewd and lascivious behavior. Local 10 News is learning both reverends served under the Archdiocese of Chicago. The Archdiocese saying in part it's removed Father Berrio from ministry and withdrawn his faculties to minister in the Archdiocese of Chicago, effective immediately. Archdiocese representatives have been in contact with Father Cortez's home diocese of Soacha, Colombia.
Gracias. So apparently they were bonded and engaged in oral sex with each other. Now, the Pope would explain this as evil descending upon the church, and it's really the evil that's to blame, not the men. That's how he frames everything now, including the fact that Cardinal McCarrick has been accused by two boys of sexually molesting them, yet he still remains one of the top cardinals in the Vatican. And I think Francis owes him, because I think McCarrick put him in charge and helped oust Benedict. Nikki Haley was very tired of having her head pushed down. Really? I didn't know. That's just an outrageous accusation. I don't know if Nikki Haley had a relationship with Donald, but if he did, it would have been one of many extramarital affairs he's had. And all of you reperverts who are voting for the Republicans right now, I call you reperverts because you're so disgusting how you're allowing attempted rapists to become attempted alleged rapists to become Supreme Court officers. I'm shocked that many of you Republicans believed the guys who didn't take a polygraph exam and refused to take a polygraph exam. That's right, Brett Kavanaugh refused to take a polygraph exam, but Christine Blasey Ford took one and passed with 100% verified truth. Yet you don't believe her because you believe all the results of a polygraph exam are wrong. Well, you say, Dave, polygraphs are not always right, but most cases they are. That's why law enforcement uses them on a daily basis. Yet you people who are Republicans, are reperverts, as I call you, really don't believe anything that the polygraph could bring is possible, or even, considered possible. So you're outlawing the use of something so important as a scientific study of a person's veracity, ruling that a guy who didn't take one is more honest than a woman who did and passed 100% clear. Do you realize how stupid that sounds, you reperverts? I just I can't even show you another example. Well, I showed you how Brett Kavanaugh blinked 30 times in a 20-second period. Actually, I counted 45 blinks in a 30-second period. When he was asked by the Senate if he had, acknowledged what Ramirez had said was true, he nodded yes, but said it's not true. He nodded yes and said it's not true. So he had all the indications of a liar. Yet you continue to believe that he's honest, and the woman who passed a polygraph with 100% certainty is dishonest. You see why we call you Trump-tards and reperverts? You're completely lost. You have no idea what's going on. And whenever somebody questions you, you say it's all fake news. Everything's fake news, according to you. I don't even use the word fake news. I never even brought it up. It was originally used by the CNN in describing a serious pedophile problem in Washington, D.C. called Pizzagate. And they made it illegal to talk about Pizzagate because, if you did talk about it, it might reveal the real predators and the real pedophiles that are molesting children in D.C. Oh, but you would just believe that Donald Trump's use of fake news is accurate. Because he's using the same term for things not related to false flags like Mandalay Bay or Parkland shooting, where they don't have enough evidence to prove anything happened. You're using it for just general information that questions Donald Trump. Celeste Arnell, an actress, Celeste Arnell has died at the age of 74. Wow. I didn't want to bring this up, but let's not forget this, as I'm going to be bringing it up numerous times, but the reason why Kavanaugh was chosen by the Republicans, by Mitch McConnell, is because Mitch McConnell got a lot of money from Russia for re-election. And Kavanaugh made it happen when in 2011 he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. Always remember that. Now let's take a look at Celeste Yarnell, the actress from the 60s. She died at 74 years old. Wow. That's kind of young for a lady. Let's see how she appeared opposite Elvis Presley in Live a Little, Love a Little. Had a memorable turn on Star Trek. Played an original Flower Child. I think I remember that. She was the Scream Queen in Beast of Blood, 1971. She was diagnosed with ovarian cancer in 2014. And she turned to crowdsourcing to help pay her medical expenses. I'm sure there were a lot, and poor lady succumbed to ovarian cancer. I'm so sorry. She was a real beautiful woman, I'll tell you that. I'm sure she'll be seriously missed by her family. Wow. Dave, some people have information that's not leaked to the normal public. Okay, well, then don't leak it then. Soaring antidepressant use is turning out our waters into a drug soup, changing marine life's ability to mate, feed, and move. Because we don't have a good area to dump chemicals and pills. Yeah, she was so cute, yeah. Because we don't have a good place to dump pills anywhere in the country, they're being dumped into toilets and they're ending up in our aquifers and they're killing off our marine life. The use of antidepressants is creating a drug soup. Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Institute of Marine Biology is calling for a range of new measures. Waste treatment plants to filter out the chemicals. Safe disposal of medications. You know, I remember there used to be places where you could dispose pills. Now, I went to a local place. I used to, take pills that were no longer, active or useful. And they don't have them anymore. It's like we don't know where to put them. We don't know where to stick the drugs. Willie, you're not going to make it in the show very long. This is your pre-warning to your ban. First comes a purge, then comes a mute, then comes a ban. That's just the way things go, man. That's why Howie didn't make it either. Howie couldn't cut the mustard. Yeah, those kinds of statements about finding a pipe and thinking about me is not cool. Hachi, you're still dwelling on how beautiful she was. Well, good for you. So here's the enormous crack in the ice shelf in Antarctica that's causing alarm. They're seeing the glaciers move and push, and you're seeing gaps. An enormous iceberg is threatening to break off Antarctica's Pine Island Glacier. It could lead to more water, possibly flooding, raising of the waters if this happens. Yeah, satellite images show it is crossing a breaking point where there's nothing we can do to stop it. It's strictly related to this aggressive destruction of our environment caused by very, very sick people who are dumping chemicals on our skies above us. So you're seeing some sort of a projection here of an ice shelf that's, you can see it, the crack down there. Here, let me show you the crack up close and personal. There's the crack as it's enlarging. What do you think about the crack there? Isn't that something? Yeah. Just don't say that to somebody in public. Could I see your crack? That wouldn't be too cool. Whew. Okay, Celeste Yarnell has passed away. A cute 70-year-old woman, 74, who died of ovarian cancer. You know, I had a close friend who passed away of a similar illness. She was my employer for a long time, and I truly had a huge respect for her. Very similar in appearance, really, to this woman. But she died at 47. I think she was even 46 when she died. She battled cancer like that, ovarian cancer, for 6 years before she succumbed to it. This woman lasted about 4 years before she succumbed. Tragic, really is. And it's just pathetic because early detection is the key, and women are so prone not to go get checked out if they've got irregularity or some unusual bleeding. So if you do have anything like that, be sure you get to a gynecologist and ask them what could it be. The woman I was with, again, you're going to be banned again if you continue to question the physical appearance of my beautiful shirt or my beautiful body or hair, anything like that. You'll be banned, just so you know. I muted you so you can reflect upon what you're doing. But the next time you try to do that, you will be banned. Again, I've already unbanned you, Petoro. The cancer spread to all over her body. It usually happens when the treatments don't work. Thank you. Let me just say that the treatments that oncologists engage in, and you'll find this is true with family members that get cancer, oftentimes they're just like smoke and mirrors. They're telling you that chemo is going to work or radiation is going to work, but ask them how much proof that these things work, and they'll tell you there are no real cases where people get better. So this is a show about explaining what a disaster, a tragedy we have of cancer cures that are just not working, and oncologists that continue to do things over and over again and charge their patients huge amounts of money. And this woman crowdsourced her cancer treatment, which I'm sure was ridiculously priced, and she still died. She was incredibly hot. Here she was in a picture during the 60s. She's seen as kind of like an icon of beauty at the time. This woman who just died, Celeste Yarnell. But it's Truth Tuesday. The politics of cancer is that they make money on your treatment. They don't actually want to cure you. That's the truth. They want to get... She was 74 when she passed away. Celeste Yarnell was 74. The woman I knew was 46 when she died. Terrible loss. Terrible. I mean, I worked 6 years just to help her survive the cancer, only to find that she died. We did everything for her. We got her all kinds of holistic alternatives. I was immersed in this in my 20s. I did everything I could for this woman and her family, and she still died. You know, it was a very tragic time. But what I did find out from that time period was that the doctors are so corrupt, they're evil. The oncologists would go in and do a procedure and take out a tumor. They'd leave without sewing her up. They would use staples, because it's easier to use a staple gun, which involves metal, which means that they can't actually take an MRI of any of the area to see if the tumor is growing back. So instead of taking a little extra time and using catgut to sew her up, they use a staple gun, and they charged $125,000 a procedure. You can imagine a doctor going in and ripping out a tumor and then taking a staple gun and going, dit, 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 dit. Okay, wrap it up. I'm on to the next one, and make $125,000. Suing the family for their house, which was a house in Malibu on one of the most prestigious properties in the Point Dume area. I watched as oncologists sued them for their house, and completely unscrupulous real estate attorneys and real estate agents who they claimed were their friends wouldn't even bother to sell their house. They conspired to wait till it was after the market closed and they foreclosed on the house. Then the realtors bought the house for bargain basement prices. These are the scumbags that you're going to run into when you get cancer. So one of the things I recommend is don't take a second mortgage on your house, whatever you do, and do not pay any of your bills. I'm serious. The reason is you can be completely medically bankrupt and still live in that house till your dying day, and they can't do a damn thing to stop it. Whereas if you take a second on that house, they'll come in and they'll sweep in, take your house, foreclose on it, and kick you on the street with cancer. So the truth is, cancer is an industry. They're purposely preventing cures. And our government is complicit in this. This past few years, we've seen 85 people in the anti-cancer industry, holistic doctors, who are also anti-vaccine. They're against forced vaccines. They may approve of some vaccines, but they're against forced vaccines because of the dangers. 85 of them have died mysterious deaths. And our government and the FBI haven't pursued one case as an investigation. Now, this is still standing. 85 holistic doctors and vaccine experts who have been against the vaccine industry are being killed. It just so happens they were all on the Food and Drug Administration's list of people that they were questioning. Well, the FDA is not the Food and Drug Administration. It's now the Fraud and Death Administration. And it seems like they've got a hit list where they're just killing people. So if we don't get an honest person to the presidency soon, we're trouble. We're in big trouble because these people are vipers. They're just out to suck you dry. Hey, I don't go out and meet any of you, so none of you will ever get a chance to meet with me because of the death threats that have been placed against me. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't trust randomness. Everything that I do is pretty predictable, but not so much that I have a routine. Everywhere I go, I trust the people around me. I don't make any choices that involve risk or any type of major danger. So if you think that we're going to meet someday, it's not going to happen. We did meet Tequala. In the early days when we were out meeting people, we met Awesome Carl and Tequala and other people and showed you that we really sincerely wanted to meet people, but we couldn't do it. After a certain period, we stopped even traveling because the death threats continue. But you got to meet us, Tequala. We met him in Chicago. We met him originally we met him in a Denny's, and then we went over to a McDonald's because they had a better Wi-Fi connection. We did our show, and he visited us. At this point, no, I would not take Haley's job. Even if I were given the job, I would not take it. I'm sure we still have the video. It's still uploaded on YouTube. I can't travel by plane without guaranteeing that the navigation system has got a Faraday cage over it. Right now, all the planes in America, around the world, are vulnerable to hacks. And that's what they talk about, how easy it is to hack planes and cars nowadays. at hacker conventions. I don't think Trump can sing. But you say there's a video of him singing? All right.
Little Havana. Havana will na.
No, I don't do those cut videos of him. No. I'm sorry, I don't do that crap. You guys still support Trump. There's something wrong with you. Anybody who still supports Trump is a moron and shouldn't even be in the show right now. So it says ex-Dems and ex-reps welcome centrists. So get out of my show if you're a supporter of Trump. Thank you. This is messed up. A volunteer firefighter arrested for pleasuring himself in a Pleasanton funeral home. Okay. A volunteer firefighter in Pleasanton was arrested. He was pleasuring himself in the funeral home. Trinidad Vasquez, age 75, was arrested on a charge of indecent exposure. He was having he was masturbating in front of a corpse. Is that what he's doing? He performed a lewd act in front of 6 women arrested. In front of 6 women arrested. Okay, this is not the story that I just got. This guy's not 76, he's 27. Okay, is that the same story? Or a different one? You know, it doesn't even matter. I think we can move on here. Authorities find 123 missing children in just one day during Michigan's sex trafficking operation. Wow. Operation MI Safe Kid placed an emphasis on locating missing children who are victims of sex trafficking. This is good. They found 123 of the 301 children reported missing in the area. That's very good here. Good job, guys. Police doing their job. What a nice, refreshing feeling. Dave, they're doing mandatory drug testing for sheriff officers in Kern County. Well, I hope they're allowing legalized marijuana in their system. Trump, at this point, will be getting impeached if you guys vote for the House Democrats. You can still vote for Republicans in the Senate. That's what I'm going to do. And I've only voted for one Republican because I hate my senator, who's a Democrat. I will not be voting for anything. I haven't. Yosemite Sam, you're not allowed in here. Your name is Melko. I just banned the wrong guy. Hang on. Mad Dog's Backyard would never be banned. Thank you. Sorry, Mad Dog's Backyard. My mistake. Beginner's Guide to Marijuana Strains? Well, that's nice. Yeah, marijuana is an herb. That's right. It's not something you have to freak out about. It's not a drug. I'm not telling you to do drugs. I've never done drugs, but I've smoked marijuana before. Cannabis is use on the rise. According to Forbes, the global cannabis industry is estimated to be worth $7.7 billion, and it's projected to hit $31 billion by 2021. And even more so if America legalizes it. Yeah. It's a versatile form of medication. A number of research studies have found that cannabis has the potential to help with a variety of medical conditions, including anxiety, chronic pain, and epilepsy. Yep, and that's why our government needs to make it legal. Trump is really on the wrong side of the fence on this one. The city council is making backdoor deals to allow pot shops to operate. Well, that's not cool. City council can't take bribes for these things to happen. We need regulations. We need the federal government to step in and say, hey, we legalize it, but you've got to meet our requirements. You can't do backdoor deals. What is a marijuana strain? There's different types. There's sativa, indica, or hybrid of the two. And indica is very much of a sleepy feeling. And sativa is very much of a kind of alert, woken up, kind of a creative feeling you get from either one. So people go from feeling kind of sleepy to feeling woken up with different strains, and it's not affecting you like speed or cocaine or heroin. Willie, this show is about American democracy in action. And I can tell you, this is not something that you should just take for a joke. This is not a place you can crap on. You'll be banned really quick here if you keep it up. Bernie calls for the New World Order that promotes shared prosperity and solidarity over state sovereignty. I'm against Bernie and his call for solidarity.
It is time for us to stand up and say there is a better way to use our wealth.
He's too weak.
In closing,
Bernie Sanders is not only too weak, he's also on record claiming that women want to be raped by 3 men. He's made statements that are crazy, absolutely crazy in print. And he's still running around pretending like he's a big socialist when he himself made $2.3 million last year on money deals from his books that he's writing. He's not in any way a person who's a populist. He's more of a buyable socialist, which is the worst kind. Bernie calls for the New World Order that promotes shared prosperity and solidarity over state sovereignty. You know, I don't know what to do with this. I'm against the New World Order, and I'm against Bernie Sanders, and I'm against the Democratic Party, so I'm going to look at that later, I guess. I have never banned anybody for being honest. No, I'm banning you for asking stupid questions and wasting my time. You're about to be banned. David, they said the Great Pyramid was used to make wireless electricity. They found materials that are used in modern times to make electricity in the Great Pyramid. I know, I saw that video. It's very good. Bernie's going to be 80 soon. Not for nothing. Asking stupid questions and what this party's about. How many times have you asked that so far, Willie? 6 times in the show you've asked what this party is about. Why don't you sit back and watch and learn or get banned? Because I'm sick and tired of that question. Getting high, injecting snake venom? I don't know if I can watch this, but it is Vice. They seem to exploit everything. Wow. There's the chat that I've got to deal with every night. There's the video I'm going to play right now.
I'm going to show you the effects of the hemotoxin venom on blood, okay? You can already see pretty quickly it's...
Okay, this guy's a pretty sick puppy, so I don't know if I'm going to show that, but yeah. I'll put it in our lineup tonight for the late night if you guys have insomnia. I'm in a diner in Queens, and the old lady is eating the ice cubes from his ice water with a spoon. Did he smoke sativa? Maybe. Well, we got a lot of interesting topics, yeah. Well, we're trying to get people to, not make light of what we're doing and act like this is a big joke. I eat avocados every day. Yeah, one of the secrets to a really good head of hair at an older age is to eat avocados. And somebody said, you got to buy this avocado shampoo, Dave. I can't tell you how many Walmarts I've been to, and I've asked for avocado shampoo. It doesn't exist. So I've yet to find avocado shampoo at Walmart. But they say avocados are really good for you. It's a superfood. And I've been noticing some real improvements. I mean, I got to tell you, it's hard to keep your hair when you get older. A lot of people are suffering from male pattern baldness, and as you can see, I don't have it, but I could easily if I let my body go. One of the secrets is to actually eat avocados and take a multivitamin every other day. So it's really important to do that, unless you're going to want to go bald, and then it's a whole different story for you. Avocado helps reduce inflammation. That's good to know. It is a superfood, and I'm really one of those big lovers of avocados. So much so that a friend of mine just bought a new house, and he sold his house that had avocado trees on it. And he sold a $600,000 house that had beautiful avocado trees. I mean, they're gorgeous. Producing, he even had a swimming pool. He sold his $600,000 house to buy a house twice the cost, sitting on a cliff overlooking the city of LA. And I'm going, you had a perfect place. You had a swimming pool, avocado trees, but you had to have the view. And now he's sitting on a precarious ledge on a cliff with probably subpar earthquake insurance that won't cover it. Okay, olive and avocado super concentrated shampoo. Yeah. Well, I'll look for that. Thank you. Yeah, I just haven't found it at Walmart. Everyone says, go buy that at Walmart. I take omega-3, yeah. I eat a lot of Pacific salmon, too. Today I had about half a pound of Pacific salmon. Yes. I get this mayonnaise made with avocado oil. It's really good. It's non-GMO. They sell it at Costco. I don't like herbal essence. I remember herbal essence from a time in my life when I had the most beautiful moment I've ever had with a woman prior to meeting Sarah. And it triggers olfactory memories that spark a huge amount of sadness in me. I'd be upset if my hair suddenly fell out. Yeah, I would. The herbal essence I remember because I was laying on a dock with this beautiful woman I knew when I was 17, and we were over a lake, and all I could think about was the smell of her herbal essence in her hair. And it was such a beautiful memory, clouded by the reality that everything in her life fell apart. And I'm pretty sure she died. I'm not sure exactly how. I'd love to find out more. I would like to find out more. But it troubles me because my first girlfriend really was a victim. It's something that I couldn't control or do anything about, and I'll tell you more about it in my book. I'm writing a book about it, about a lot of things actually. But that herbal essence, I'll never forget it. The smell of herbal essence brings back that memory of that moment when I was 17. It was idyllic. It was incredible. You have it at Target? Okay, great. Garnier makes it. Okay. Great. Thank you for giving me a couple links. I'll try Target. Socrates, you're not allowed here because your name is Melko. Yeah. You know, I do a cooking show. I don't really want to write a cookbook. But when you have a memory that's tied to herbal essence shampoo, you can't use it again. I bet it will be a bestseller because it's really a good book. I'm halfway through it right now, but it's coming along. But the kind of experiences that affected me in life have big stories attached to them. And it'll be similar to that, yeah. Her story is perhaps the most disturbing story of any story I could even talk about, so I really don't want to talk about it. But my first girlfriend, it was a tragedy that happened after I was with her for the summer. And we weren't really close. Had we been in love or something really important like that, it probably never would have turned out for her the way it did turn out. But I can't even go there. It's so troubling. I think about it a lot. So even the mention of herbal essence triggered the memory. Oh, you can disagree with me, Willie. But this person, Melko, what he does is he's a nitpicker. And he takes everything I say and measures it against a barometer of black versus white, or right versus wrong. And I'd love to say that everything I say is 100% this way or that way, but it's not. Most of the things that I talk about are centrist ideas in the middle of the political spectrum, so some people perceive it as flip-flopping when you say, like for instance, if I said I support a woman's right to choose, but I really don't want women to have an abortion, people think I'm talking doublespeak. I'm not. I really don't want women to abort babies, but I don't want women to die too of coat hanger abortions. So I support choice. And even if a woman were to get pregnant and not want to carry the baby, I would hope that she would choose an abortion early enough to not cause pain to the fetus. And that's why I support my idea of a first trimester law, which John Kasich in Ohio is doing now. Many others are using this concept of first trimester laws. So women can make a choice before the 20 weeks are up. So in the first 20 weeks, they should have a discussion. Well, I've got beautiful memories of this woman, but it's all completely contaminated by the negativity that happened after I knew her. And there's so many questions I have, I can't get to the answers unless I contacted her family and, dragged the whole thing out in the open and had to talk with them. I was just overwhelmed with what I found out about her, and now she's a distant memory. And it's all connected to Herbal Essence shampoo. Yeah, well, many of you want to have a cooking show. That's about the only thing that survives on YouTube. One of the reasons why I do the YouTube show that I have is because many people are losing their entire YouTube sites. We were censored 9 years ago on YouTube. They stopped our counter. Our counter doesn't move. If you add a subscription or hit the video, it doesn't show that people are watching it. So we know that we're being heavily censored on YouTube, but I haven't been pulled yet off of YouTube. Others have. And the only thing that remains is their cooking shows. It was the standard original formula Herbal Essence that gets me. If I were to open up a bottle of Herbal Essence, I would literally be on that place, on that dock with her in my mind. That's how powerful olfactory senses are and how they can revive your remembrance of some event. Now, there are smells that you had when you were a baby that you probably haven't smelled again. That if somebody were to bring that smell in front of you, it might have been your mom, the perfume she was wearing when you were a little kid. But it creates kind of a mental cycle where you just like, whoa, there's something weird going on in my brain. Well, that's what happens when a lot of people are using aromatherapy. They try to kind of go back in time and understand, what is really at the root of their being. Because when we first were little babies, we didn't have any sense of smell. And when it came around, everything was new. So those are the most impressionable smells that we have. And when I was 17, I was kind of had a thing for this girl, even though we weren't that close. I connected to Herbal Essence shampoo. Okay, let's move on because we have conspiracies to talk about that are pretty immense. Donald Trump trying to make a sow's ear into a silk purse with the Kavanaugh choice. It's going to backfire on all these people. Everything that Kavanaugh is responsible for, the bad decisions he's made, he was behind the Patriot Act, in case you didn't know. Kavanaugh was. He was one of those guys that supported George W. Bush and John Hughes' legal justification for torturing enemy combatants. So when we look at the Kavanaugh election, or the selection, I should say, yeah, the U.S. courts are going to be reeling from all the decisions this dirty judge has made, and now he's going to be a Supreme Court judge. The U.S. court rebuffs appeal of Kavanaugh ruling, Nixon climate rule. They turned aside appeals of a 2017 lower court ruling by its newest justice, Brett Kavanaugh, that struck down an environmental rule imposed under Obama regulating a potent greenhouse gas linked to climate change. So he doesn't care about the climate. He certainly doesn't care about your rights and freedoms. He was more than willing to sign off on John Hughes' torture laws regarding enemy combatants. This guy is corrupt to the core, and he is going to have to be impeached. So we have a big challenge ahead. If the Democrats can't impeach him, centrist alliance certainly will. A lot of things are accurate about a polygraph, but it's not 100% accurate. Therefore, it's not admissible in court. But it is an accurate tool, and I will certainly use polygraphs to detect lies among FBI agents and CIA agents when I'm president. No one will be allowed to talk to me without seeing a lie detector test. I won't even allow you into my room without a lie detector test under your record. Whereas Trump became president, he didn't even vet the people that were around him. Rob Porter had beaten his wife, allegedly, and that didn't even get to the top of the list until H.R. McMaster, who's no longer with Trump. He was fired for being honest. H.R. McMaster brought it up that none of these people had background checks. They were all pending. I would never allow anybody close to me without a background check and a lie detector test. You wouldn't even get near the office to talk to me. So we have a much tighter effort to control the inflow of information and the people working for the president. What we have right now is it's almost like a circus. with Donald Trump playing musical chairs with 36 people that he fired. Guantanamo Bay is a tragedy in and of itself. They waterboarded a guy 83 times to come up with a fake statement that he was somehow involved in 9/11. Again, Willie, you're starting to lose it here. You're on your last leg, Willie. You'll be banned in a few short minutes. We won't be talking about you anymore. The president could turn off HAARP. He could turn off chemical dumps in the atmosphere, but he doesn't do that because he's a crony of the deep state. No, I don't think Theresa May is cute, but thank you anyway. We're not sure that the Democrats will impeach Trump, but we are sure that they are our only choice at this point. We can't build a third party in time to stop them in 26 days when I haven't had one stitch of mainstream media attention in 10 years. So I'd be foolish to think that I'm a Democrat supporting a Democrat. It's not going to happen. I'm a centrist saying vote Democrats to get at least the opportunity to get an impeachment in the House and get some balance in this country. Otherwise, you're looking at a Gestapo Republican government. It is the party of new ideas, and because you're a complete idiot, we're going to remove you from the show. I support the right to bear arms, unlike the Democrats who stand around supporting gun control. I support the simple plan to cut spending and get an austere budget so that we can keep within the framework of our income. Republicans don't do that, neither do the Democrats. I'm fiscally conservative. So if you want to come in the show and talk about the ideas that we promote, just because I don't like Brett Kavanaugh doesn't make me a liberal.
I brought home a couple tubs of tomatoes. They're still in my cars.
Oh, okay, I'll go get them, yeah.
But I still need it. I have to take the cups back.
Okay, I'll put the buckets back in your car. Okay, I'll transfer it. Great, thank you. Sarah is here. All right, here she is.
Thank you. You might be a little shocked. Amazing.
Yeah, we don't allow people supporting Trump here, so please don't come into the room. You just got banned.
Hello, Steven Seagal. How are things over in Russia?
Oh, yeah, he's a spokesman for Russia now.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'm glad you did not see that, Steven Seagal. All right. Well, she is also passed on preparation. You like my shirt is like sparkling because it's green, like the green background. He would appreciate that. I agree. David loves avocados. He would love it even more if I brought as many avocados home as I brought home tomatoes. I believe it happened about 6 months ago. I think, let me double check. I could be wrong. No, it says she's 96 years old. She's still here. I was wrong. She's 96. She was born January 17th in 1922. Good job. Yes. You're right. Maybe it was somebody else. Another Golden Girls or something like that. Do I put eggs in my Captain Crunch like David does? No. I don't put eggs. The only thing I put eggs in is my cakes. Jim. I'm not accepting calls right now, Xander. Thanks for offering, though. That was it. TechWall is asking, Sarah, do you know what was the United States' largest export? In 1909. In 1909? Tomatoes. No. Lumber. Airplanes. Hello, Fearly. I'm guessing. Fruit roll-ups. Ooh, smart. I like that. Fruit roll. Dehydrated fruit is so great. Lasts so long. Sarah, do you eat any of David's pan pizza? You'll never forget the face I made about that one. You bought 8 bags of candy at Walmart and Sour Patch Kids and Haribo cherry stew. I should go get the door for David. Because they're... He thinks they're buckets. They're like 2 buckets worth. They're 4 buckets worth. They're 2 big bins. Like, they're... I probably brought home as much tomatoes as I weigh, I think. I've never really thrown up when I've eaten David's stuff. Well, maybe once. But that's the one time David also didn't like it. David is a cook, not a baker. That's what 597 says. True. I like to bake as long as I'm not like I like to bake if how do I say this best? I like to bake if I'm not under stress. Yeah, that's the way I say it. If, for instance, I don't, someone's like, oh, I need you to bake 5 things for me for Friday night, then I wouldn't do it. I know, true to know. Well, they don't do they do their pan size for $5? I think they do it for a little bit more, you know. Up here, it's only 1 day a week that you can get a pizza. You can get a pizza for $5, but that's like 1 day a week. I agree, Lou. Stress is not good for baking. It's like when you are baking and you feel love, you can put your love into the food. Sorry, I should have gotten the door for you. There's a lot of tomatoes. Dano bakes to get rid of his stress. I cannot unban him on Vaughn. I am, yeah, I'll write in. It's for the good of the nation. He just says so many things that are so counter to what we believe. I don't think so, Preparation. The Swedish Chef Muppets character is based on David. I don't think so. That's pretty funny. I could see that, what's that character? The TV, he was on TV and he was in like a TV set and he was like, and today, we're going to see the... And he was like acting like a robot. Anyway, I could see that being based on David. No such thing as love, DTV. I'm sorry you haven't felt love in your life. I hope someday you will feel love from someone who loves you. Disagreement is freedom? Okay, if you say so. I can sort him, David. Thanks for bringing him in. DTV, the only real love is you. Oh, you've loved many, many times, and the only real love is for family. Yes, I could see Backside Room being based on David. That's true. But David is not a puppet preparation, no. So the UK government okay, so if I refresh, wait, what? It doesn't let me not accept. We and our partners use technologies such as cookies on our site to personalize content and ads, provide social media features, and analyze our traffic. Click below to consent to the use of this technology across the web. You can change your mind and change your consent choices anytime by returning to the site. How can I not agree and get access to their site? I'm sorry, I couldn't click your link, Bingo, because I didn't want to accept their information. Oh, you think romance and all is a scam? It's designed by marketers to sell more candy, music, movies, and nylons. Eventually, you feel like your family. It is funny because it's like first comes romance, and then you actually feel like you're a family for the person that you might have had romance for before. Hello, Hoxlimer. Thank you, David, for President 2020. It's true. It could be, DTV, is this hurricane a consequence of our president's resistance to carbon taxes? It could play a small role in that. True, because they did say if we don't take drastic action in the next 10 years that there are going to be more hurricanes and things like that. Okay, sounds good. I hope he'll have to pay a lot of money for Saul in order to get just a few things returned to him. It's not like those things were on loan. Those things were gifts. I don't know who Jim is, 523, who you're talking about. You might have a point. He says China is going to continue to pollute. We can't do anything about that. Or untying about that. I would be Lou keeps asking, what would happen if Chinese currency takes over? What would happen? I think the whole face of, I think the whole world would change if Chinese currency took over. IF says China already owns this country. We're in huge debt to them. I think we have a trade deficit with them, but I don't necessarily believe that we're in huge debt to them. I think a deficit is just that we import more from them than we export to them. I don't have one currently, Hogslimer. Wait, tonight is Tuesday. Truth is the focus. Oh, the guy in the cam. I didn't check that Jim person. Let's see. I wasn't looking at the cameras. Inventor Jim Genius. He's letting you watch him sleep. Or something else. Should I close out of his camera? Should I kick him? Should I refresh his screen? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, is his hand moving? Oh, I saw his hand moving. He's breathing. He's not. He's breathing. Watch his fingers. If you watch his fingers, you'll see him move up and down. He's just sleeping. He's very, very tired. All right, Jim, if you can hear me, get some sleep. And it's very brave of you to sleep on camera. I don't know if I would want to sleep on camera. People could hear me if I talk in my sleep. I know the secrets that you keep, 'cause you're talking in your sleep. They probably would, Bingo. Is that the one that Preparation H posted, or is that the one you posted? Correct. True. Good point, Lou. The dollar is still is the exchange currency base. His mic is on. Okay. Yeah, I know. So his mic is on, then you could hear if he talked in his sleep. I don't know. He must be. Let's see if what they say about geniuses, inventors. Genius inventors is true that they only sleep for 20 minutes. Haley's job? What's that, governor or something? Who are you talking about, Riverman? Nick Haley? Nikki Haley? Okay. Thank you, Chicken. I don't think his eyes are open. He is looking at... He might be... I think he's just sleeping. Alright. Wow. That's pretty amazing. DailyMail.com say authorities have found 123 missing children in just one day during a Michigan sex trafficking operation. In Michigan's Wayne County, there was 300 children reported missing in the area, and the operation found 123 of these. Children were located and interviewed before being turned over to Child Protective Services. It included Detroit. The U.S. Marshals Service said Operation MI Safe Kid placed an emphasis on locating missing children who were victims of sex trafficking. This happened on September 26th. It recovered 123 of the 301 children that had been reporting missing in the area following weeks of investigations. Wow, one homeless teen had not eaten anything in 3 days. The U.S. Marshals had been requested to assist on 30 missing child cases in the 2 weeks prior to the sweep. They located and recovered 9 children prior to the sweep, another 7 during the operation. I'm glad somebody's, I'm glad that thank you, U.S. Marshals. That's why I'm saying thank you, U.S. Marshals, for doing that. Now I moved his hand. I think he moved his hand. I'm confused. Okay, Jim, I'm just gonna let you sleep, buddy. Alright. Yes, thank God, and thank those U.S. Marshals. Hurricane Michael became a Category 3 storm. It's threatening the Florida Panhandle. It's on the interior. It's in the Gulf of Mexico. And evacuation orders are taking place. Florida representative says we need to be evacuating as the storm approaches. Oh, Nikki Haley resigned as the UN ambassador. Stays mum on her next move. And the Carolinas could be hit with Hurricane Michael. Yeah, maybe, DTV. We might be. The question is it the president's fault? God's fault? Decided to clean up red tide with a hurricane? And is there a question is, can we do anything in the future? Oh, man. Anthony Weiner is going to be released from prison early. And the Kentucky inmates who escaped jail inside trash cans have been caught and captured. Wow. The wife of a missing ex-Interpol boss says speaking about his disappearance has placed her in great danger, according to the Los Angeles Times. I guess her husband's been detained in China. I don't know if he's busy cooking. He took all the tomatoes that I brought home, Frankie. Yeah. So a guy got caught with a little bit of weed. He got life? What? Or understand more than the means to an end? Have to understand the whole big picture. Oops. I don't really want that. Okay. Okay, so in business news, Pershing Square Capital Management, Starbucks stake is worth roughly $900 million. William Ackman says. Wow. SoftBank is considering a majority stake in WeWork, and China is accused of planting spy chips in US's telecoms network. Wow. All right, there's new evidence of hacked super micro hardware found in US telecom. Kramer's power ranking for consumer staples: Constellation, Costco, McCormick, Clorox, Estee Lauder. All right. In technology news, the 5 most important announcements from Google's Pixel event. We'll have to check out what the Google Pixel event is. So there are 2 new Pixel phones. The 3rd generation Pixel 3 and Pixel 3 XL. They run on almost identical hardware. A Qualcomm Snapdragon 845 processor with 4 gigabytes of memory. They're both available with 6428 gigabytes of storage. No micro SD card slot, nor no headphone jack, but they do have wireless key charging, QI charging, and they're IP68 rated for weather resistance. The front-facing camera is a dual 8-megapixel camera with varying apertures to help facilitate moody portrait photos. Main camera is 12.2 megapixel camera with optical image stabilization. There's a new Chromebook or tablet. Is it a Chromebook? Is it a tablet? It's called the Pixel Slate. It's capable of playing either like a tablet or like a Chromebook. It's a tablet device with Chrome operating system brains, and it snaps into a Pixel Slate keyboard with a built-in trackpad, or you can just carry it on its own. And they have a pen that's $99. The keyboard's the keyboard's $199. So how much is this Pixel Slate itself? I don't know. Oh, the Pixel Slate will go on sale. It starts at $600. Frankie thinks the iPhone should cost $2,500. Sarah, what's your favorite cartoon? Pinky and the Brain. Pinky and the Brain. There's new Google Home Hub. It claims to be the best photo frame. It's meant to sit in a common area or your bedroom. It features ambient EQ mode, which dims the screensaver depending on the time of day, so it's never blaring at your face. It's a hub, so it comes with a home screen of sorts called Home View, which offers smart home status controls for all. Costs $150. And here's some new accessories. Earbuds. Pixel USB earbuds. $30. Push button access to Google Assistant. And Google Pixel Stand supports wireless charging. Alright. Oh, you can turn overripe grapes into a fruit spread that's perfect for a cheese plate. That's what that video is about. Alright, machine learning is built into everything. Google has definitely done a lot of machine learning. Google managed to slip in new enhancements to its assistant. And there's many different things that are happening with that. Okay, we're going to have a time-lapse video of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch over Los Angeles. Is this it? Where is it? Oh, here we go.
All right, I'll take over for you. You can relax.
Whoa.
You're done. Yeah, well, that was over LA.
Whoa.
And I believe that they're dispersing chemicals. That's what I think they're doing.
Yeah, there must be some kind of chemicals in that rocket launch.
I don't think it's some sort of a testing of the plane at all. I think they're actually running chemical dispersions. Okay, our sound is up. What's going on? Is sound out there?
No,
Mad Dog, he supports that.
I muted it a couple times. Sorry.
Okay, well, you better get to your resting time because this is your off time. She hardly gets any time off. Sarah is working nonstop. She comes in here and gives me a half an hour of her time. Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay.
Get some rest. I got the tomatoes in there and put the bins back. So.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sure.
That was a lot of tomatoes, right? Take what you want and anything you don't want, I can take back.
Well, no, it's just I thought you were going to disperse them before you got to this point. This is a massive load.
I will disperse them next week.
Yeah, when they read out,
Yeah.
you know. But thank you. I didn't realize you could bring 2 bushels of tomatoes to the house. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
I set them there I think you're right about the bags. They're going to ripen in the bags. Yeah. Oh, go away. We're gonna start muting and banning anybody who comes in here and starts denigrating me in the show. Just so you know, I'm defining this because there's no way I'm going to do a show with people like you in the show. DTV, whoever you are, I've never seen you. Jeez, you've obviously been the person that was banned last week, and you come in again. You got one more option to straighten your act out if you want to fly right. We talk about issues here. If you don't like me, then you need to get out of here. Don't be part of the show. We try to take the toughest issues the country has faced with false flags pushing in front of us every day. The government tries to push all kinds of stories in front of us without any valid proof. And our law enforcement agencies have been sitting there seen laughing behind the scenes when people have been killed, knowing that people weren't killed because we haven't seen any bodies. So this is a persistent problem that we've been having in our country that has not been addressed by the mainstream media at all. How there's no photographic evidence of anybody dying in a lot of these like the Sutherland Park shooting, the Parkland shooting. We never saw a picture of this guy Nicholas Cruz firing a weapon. Where's the CCTV footage? Where's the CCTV footage of anything? And finally we get CCTV footage of Mandalay Bay, and we find out that they had body cameras on when they went in to go to Stephen Paddock's room, but they didn't see a broken window in the body camera footage. There's not one single photograph of a broken window. A window was opened up where the guy shot out of. Not one photograph. It looks like things are off. Everything doesn't look right. And how did he bring 1,000 rounds into that place? And all those weapons, 35 weapons, with 16 travel bags that can barely fit above an airplane seat? I mean, that's impossible. You cannot break down weapons into something that small and carry it into a motel room. It's just not possible. So we saw the photographs they sent. They don't add up. None of it adds up. Even Stephen Paddock was seen in Atlantic City playing his favorite game of blackjack with his wife 5 days after the event. We have photographs of that the government doesn't want to even bother looking into. So how does the government get around lying and telling us these false flags? Well, hey, DT Laura, what they're doing is they're exercising what was put into law by Barack Obama, you know, the former New World Order president. The NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, that he signed into law in 2012, has been endorsed by Trump, which makes him deep state too. And it allows the government to conduct psyops in which they lie to the American people. They essentially nullified the Smith-Mundt Act, which was designed in 1946 to prevent Nazi-like propaganda from being used against the American people. They suppressed that act in the National Defense Authorization Act, and the Smith-Mundt Act no longer applies. So the government can now lie to people, propagandize, even come up with fake stories in order to get their agenda crossed. And they believe that their agenda is to disarm the American people. That's the sad, weird part about this. They want to make the American people weaker to an overtaking tyrannical government and a police state, which is forming as we speak. You know, I'm not saying the New York limo was fake, although I have yet to see the bodies from the wreckage. What I saw of the wreckage of the limo crash, and I don't know, Scissor Fight, you might have seen it too. It looked like it was the worst possible crash where the tires and the hubs everything is sprung everywhere. I don't believe that yeah, it just looked like a massive disarray of things. So I've yet to see actual photographs of bodies. So, and it is strange that the guy was an informant for the federal government that was owning the company. That's a little odd too, because they could easily fake a deadly limousine accident. It's possible. I've yet to look at the footage of the eyewitnesses. So all of that involves media verification. And it's a reason why I put together a plan I think would work for our country. A media verification alliance, which could alter the course of how we see things. We would put together a group of people who actually are willing to put their finances in a public trust, which Trump should have done, who have complete transparency so we know how much they have in their bank account, so nobody gets lots of money all of a sudden and then starts living high in the hog because they're being told what to say. We want people who are completely objective and honest, because we've got a major problem. We've got people lying to the American people on a daily basis. Like all these green screen beheading videos. It turns out that the Pentagon was paying a firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos. Total media silence. This happened. Remember when all the green screen beheadings started occurring? It was ridiculous. It was so fake it was not even funny. Well, a Media Verification Alliance would be allowed to go out and visit the sites. We'd pay for your travel expenses to get to the international location. You just wouldn't be on salary, but you'd have motels and full expenses paid by the U.S. government. And you'd be required to post a YouTube video of your activities. We wouldn't be censoring you. We want your opinions. We want you out there and speaking out what's going on. I don't want the government lying to anybody. In my administration, I can't allow that. We don't want lies. That's the whole point of the Media Verification Alliance, which I'm proposing is the only way around this. Because what they're trying to do is take away our most sacred rights. First and Second Amendment rights, which even Trump is overheard saying, oh, well, first we'll take their guns, then we'll do the due process later. So we've got a lot of need for a Media Verification Alliance. With the cover-ups, the deception that's been going on, I mean, this is ridiculous. These major networks have been used not only to keep me out of the mainstream media, they don't want to give me an interview, none of them will, but they just continue to spit out lies from people that pay them a lot of money. That's what they do. And these lies could be false flags, they could be any number of things. So we have to get to the bottom of it, and that's why Media Verification Alliance is probably the center, my best shot at getting some accountability from these people. So there it is. You can look at what I'm planning when I become president. I want total transparency. I want our nation to be completely in touch with everybody at the White House through an online chat show, just like I've been doing for the past 10 years, but less time. It'd be more like an hour and a half of me talking. I know it. Look, I can't control where a guy's working. And I told you that if you could go ahead and look at our videos, and you can pull any video I have of him speaking in a lying manner and copy it and send it to that senator. Somebody's trying to resolve a problem we had with a person who came into our show and violated the Stolen Valor Act back in 2010. And that person we finally vetted thanks to Glenn's Room. Glenn's Room was in his face like a typical New Yorker, and he's saying, come on, where's the proof that you were in the army? And then this person caved in and finally said he was lying about his time as a Air Force, or actually he claimed he was on the 101st Air Force or Airborne Division of the U.S. Army. That's right. Yeah, and a third party is the only way here. And I know you're here to help me, but trying to focus on issues is the key to helping us. So I'm not going to need much help. I'm set to go. But you need help, so you have to think about this third party as your party too, not just me. If Senator Murphy doesn't care about the videos and he's willing to hire anybody, then he's probably corrupt himself. Don't worry about it. I can't verify what you're saying, but it's speaking to me. He's welcome to call me on my number, 707-YOUR-ATP. Our operator standing by right now. We have a phone available to anybody to call us from 5 to 10 p.m. at night, Pacific time. So if he catches us at 8 p.m., he could call in and get me on the phone. What we have is a need for clarity and a time to get to that point where we are right there ready to go with a new plan. It's not going to be easy because what we have is no new plans, a lot of money grabbing going on, power hungry people in Congress trying to pad their pockets, especially Donald Trump. I ate Pacific salmon for dinner. And I believe they had a whitefish in there of swai fish, which is very popular. It's a type of, it's coming out of South Vietnam, or what was South Vietnam, or Thailand as well. Vietnam, I call it Vietnam. Yes, swai. It's a type of catfish. It's a very, very light colored catfish. They won't even sell swai in 3 states, Alabama, Mississippi, and I believe Louisiana. Because they have catfish down there themselves. They won't sell swai. It's a competitive product. Yeah, I don't blame them. That's a regional ban on swai fish in that region. Well, these catfish might be filthy, trash-eating catfish, but they certainly taste good. And I really don't care as long as I'm eating something that I can call protein. Thank you for asking. There's a schooling catfish. Yeah, I'm getting more and more aware of fish because I'm growing them in my pond. Thanks for supporting me. Yeah, I don't know about that live leak or Mad Dog Backyard. Let's listen to Senator Lindsey Graham had harsh words for fellow Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump on CNN's New Day. So here he was cozying up to Trump. This is how Lindsey Graham operates. He cozies up and then he turns on you like a viper. This is his plan. He's very much the guy who gets in everybody's faces. He likes to be in that position.
What is your reaction to hearing what Donald Trump says?
Disgusted. Well, I want to talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy. I think what you like about him, he appears to be strong when the rest of us are weak. He's a very successful businessman, and he's going to make everything great. He's going to take all the problems of the world and put them in a box and make your life better. That's what he's selling. Here's what you're buying. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the values that the men and women who wear the uniform are fighting for. I've been in the Air Force for 33 years. I retired this June. He's the ISIL Man of the Year, by the way. Just got back from Iraq a week ago this Monday.
I know, we interviewed you live from there. You were with Senator John McCain, and you were going into Iraq to get a status report. What were they saying there about all of this?
The military leadership and the diplomatic corps. Now, we have young men and women in harm's way all over the world, particularly in the Mideast. They were concerned about this rhetoric because the enemy will use it against us. So what was a concern last week has to be DEFCON 4 this week. Because what Mr. Trump is doing, and I don't think he has a clue about anything, he's just trying to get his numbers up and get the biggest reaction he can. He's putting our soldiers and diplomats at risk. He's empowering the enemy. And this ban, if it's actually enacted, would take people who have been interpreters, who came to our side in Iraq and Afghanistan, who are under siege in their own countries, and basically becomes a death sentence for them.
You're saying he's empowering the enemy.
Yes.
You draw a direct line between his rhetoric and what, recruitment for ISIS?
Yeah, they use that to turn the region against us. Our diplomats and military commanders were very worried when the guy was going to burn the Koran. Remember that, the guy in Florida? Yep. I've been there 36 times. I can tell you that most Muslims, most people in the faith, reject this radical ideology. The reason we'll win this war is because very few fathers and mothers want to turn their daughters over to ISIL. The way you win the war, just don't kill terrorists. You invest in the lives of others. Young people in the Mideast are less sectarian. That's where we should be investing. Giving a young woman a voice about her children in the Mideast is the ultimate antidote to terrorism. That's how you win the war. A hopeful life versus a glorious death. And what Mr. Trump is doing is undercutting everything we stand for. He's undercutting how you win the war. He's empowering the enemy, and he's putting people at risk who are serving our country. Now, he's never served. Going to a military high school, Donald, is really not military service. You've never worn the uniform. You've never been on a forward operating base. You've never been...
All right, well, this is just Lindsey Graham turning on Trump, who he now embraces with a warm bromance type of a reach around. So if you want a circle jerk of flip-floppers, be like catfish out there in the middle of Louisiana, watching them all flap around on a hot pavement, that would be Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump. Flip-floppers from the day one. Yeah, so you can't even, it really would be like negotiating with a bowl of Jell-O, talking to Lindsey Graham about anything. He's going to be an interloper and stand in the way of almost anything we do. You can see him just jumping in there to try to close the deal on Kavanaugh, to get him completely sealed with all the Republicans who think that, oh, he would never lie, when he had all the indications of a man lying, blinking his eyes incessantly. We're privy to only 7% of what Judge Kavanaugh adjudicated. 7%. That's like looking at the cover of a book and saying you read the book. We're going to remove you from the show, dude. We gave you enough time. What we're doing, folks, is we're getting people, there's one person in particular getting new identities incessantly and coming in and pretending like he's having a conversation with us. So you're seeing me ban a lot of people. It's just one person. It's the same person over and over and over again. He's been stalking us for 6 years. Nikki Haley's resignation comes one day after an ethics watchdog requested an investigation into her acceptance of free flights on private jets. Thank you, Reptoid. And we found out that Nikki Haley owes about $1 million. She's deep in debt. Well, Camera Shy, I can run for president, but you need to get me out there. I mean, like, this isn't a static process. It's a dynamic process. Many of you think just watching a show is somehow helping. It does, to a point where you get to see the show and talk and interact with me, and I can talk about issues, and that's very vital to the future. All of us need to communicate, but we're not seeing any real progress in political sense of breaking through the mainstream media. If we don't get any mainstream media attention in 2019, we're not going to do anything by 2020. It's not going to happen. I've been saying this in every election cycle. The biggest problem in this country is censorship. I'm censored here in so many ways I can't even tell you. So I think many of you have to come to grips with the fact that because the censorship is so strong, we're going to have to get a little more creative getting the word out there about America's third party. And we don't have any money to do that. So without money, we're having to beat corrupt people who use money to buy people. How ridiculous is that? Well, that's how ludicrous the idea of it is beginning to sound. Okay, it looks like it could be a limo hoax, not a limo crash. Whenever you see people that all, in a car and they're all dead, except you don't see any pictures of dead people. 20 people dead, carried to hospitals, yet nobody's got a photograph of that. That's interesting. Apparently one person's put some effort into talking about this, and we'll try to take a look at that tonight. Yeah, the 153, let's see if that works. The tiny URL. Yeah, that works. Okay, thank you.
All right. For some reason, I'm going to be talking about a limo crash. I have no idea why I'm talking about this, because it doesn't really matter.
And 2 sets of newlyweds are among the 20 people killed in the worst transportation accident in America in nearly a decade. As Les Trent reports, just 14
Really? The worst in a decade? That's crazy that happened now.
weeks ago, the family members were together celebrating a wedding.
Okay, so this is the kind of show the Media Verification Alliance is going to be looking at tonight. The alternative views. Yeah, the things you don't see on the mainstream media. And since we have such a growing worldwide audience, people are interested in knowing, how are the American people being lied to? Well, we'd like to take a look at all alternatives, and even if it includes taking a listen to the alternatives that you may think are just internet people talking off the top of their head. It's through these reviews that we glean information and pool it together and come up with a hypothesis individually, not collectively. Because for every one of us, the news is fake or real based on our assessments, Not on some blanket assessment by Donald Trump that, oh, it's all fake news, it's all fake, everything's fake. That's called killing your brain cells. Lack of critical thinking. We need to always adjust to every single situation and determine how much evidence do we have of an event. And with a lack of evidence, the number one telltale sign of a false flag is lack of evidence. So every time you see that, you have to wonder what's behind it. So we are always looking for more evidence. Okay, let's see if I can do this. All right. Has the Nas Jim guy who occasionally flies his flag. SpaceX launches another show to prepare for Project Bluebeam. Ooh.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's just more bullcrap. As most of you probably heard, we have more SpaceX bullcrap going on in our world. Oh, the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket carrying an Argentinian satellite launches in the air. Sonic booms through the air, and then it lands back at launch site. I mean...
You know, ironically, he's breathing in and breathing out. So is everybody in LA. Thank you. I look angelic tonight. That's very sweet of you. I believe everybody in LA is breathing this SpaceX project right now. So I definitely will play that as well. Thank you, Scissor Fight. And this woman is the woman who just died. Her name is Celeste Yarnell. And she just passed away at the age 74. She was a beautiful, alluring actress of the 1960s. She had a cameo appearance in Star Trek. She's passed away at 74 of ovarian cancer. She's been fighting ovarian cancer since 2014. And she ended up getting some money from crowdfunding to finance the extremely expensive hospital bills these oncologists charge to offer hope to people that are dying. Well, it's a discussion of something. If it's Project Bluebeam, what it is, I think, is concentrated chemicals being dispersed over LA to create the ambient environment for more dehydration and evaporation. I believe these SpaceX deployments are massive bursts of some sort of an aromatic hydrocarbon that's been manufactured in a closed space with accelerants inside of it. If you can imagine something put into a ball filled with all kinds of combustible material that blow out at room temperature, normally it has to be refrigerated. You can imagine what would happen if you threw that ball up in the air at room temperature, or the temperature of the altitude of, say, 3,000 feet. You'd see that all of a sudden all these chemicals would burst out. All the gases would blow it out, and it would make a huge blast of particulates. And if they put particulates that were dangerous in that ball, everyone's going to breathe it. So it's safe to say that everybody within the airspace of SpaceX will be fumigated. That's a fact. It just simple logic tells you everybody's going to be fumigated by this supposed test of a SpaceX launch rocket. Now, I don't trust anybody who's hooked on crack. And when Elon Musk said that he was doing large amounts of crack to stay awake in his tweet, I was shocked. So I really don't trust what Elon Musk is doing. But I found out today that he has spent about $500,000 on Flint, Michigan. Which is good, because they need a water supply. I'm surprised that Trump hasn't done anything with Flint, Michigan. I would have done something. Obama didn't do anything with Flint, Michigan. I would have gotten the desalination systems from the Army Corps of Engineers over there to get rid of any toxic waste in the water. All right, you guys are having a conversation with each other. That's nice. Project Bluebell. Thank you. That's completely irrelevant. You just looked up Project Bluebeam and you got Bluebell and you decided to post that link. Could you vet those links a little bit more with your intelligence, whatever you have left of it? That they haven't already dumbed you down with lithium? We're not allowing you in the show. I don't... Melko, you're not allowed here. Gosh. Apparently you don't grasp the fact that he was being sarcastic when he made the statement, but I understand your take on it. No, he wasn't there's no way I would grasp the fact that he was being sarcastic. How is that a fact, Guest 755? That Elon Musk said he does large amounts of crack to stay up. How is that a fact that he was being sarcastic? It's just as much a fact that he uses large amounts of crack to stay up. How do you get the sarcasm from that? You are interpreting it as sarcastic. Maybe Musk was kidding. Yeah, you're guessing. Man, you people put people on pedestals instead of just listening to them. I would just listen to his words. He said he does large amounts of crack. He does large amounts of crack. Okay? That's why he's all pasty and he can barely... it looks as though he's been looking out of a coffin for a couple of years. It's almost like he's sleeping in a coffin. I don't want any bad things to happen to this, but I don't have a video of him saying he does crack. Is there a video of him saying he does crack? Elon Musk is not a genius. No, hardly. He's a greedy guy who does crack. I don't think you get that. Okay, but he does have a common expression he uses, which indicates his extreme intelligence, like the word like. Yeah, but look at how pasty he is. He's definitely going to get filtration systems for $500,000. He'll buy about 4 of them. They want a lot of money for those things. So is there a video of him saying he does crack? I don't know if he was doing a video of it. Let's take a look. Be nice if you could see the video, wouldn't it be? Yeah, there's no evidence he has of a recorded IQ of 191. That's a lie, complete lie. I do have evidence of him being on a crack, though. So, and I also have evidence of Nikki Haley listing up to $1 million in debt. Yeah, she has a debt, huge debt, personal debt. So maybe that's why she can't work for the White House. He doesn't pay enough. Again, anyone talking about my hair and how nice it is will be sent to the mute background. Thank you. At the end of every episode before Sarah comes in, I change my hairdo. I go from one side to the other. I'm biparting my hair. I go from either side to show you alternatives. But when you come back from your downtime, Ace Spade, you'll see my new hairdo, hopefully, after about 8:30. Or I'll just keep muting you until you get to that time.
So I had to get this video out. Good morning, by the way. First cup of coffee, surfing on the inner tubes. And I came.
All right. This is ridiculous. 13-year-olds who trick or treat in Chesapeake, Virginia, possible jail time. That's absurd. Authorities find 123 missing children just one day during a Michigan sex trafficking operation. They found out of 301 missing kids, 123 of them. That's a pretty good thing. Good job, guys. And this rocket launch, in my opinion, is simply aerial spraying of massive chemicals over the LA basin. That's just a massive chemical spray. A huge dump over the entire city, rapidly. Good to know. SpaceX Falcon 9 taking off above LA. Aerial spraying, no doubt. All right, I think we're done with that one too. I don't want to look at his face anymore. Having a hard time navigating out of this. Oh, what's this?
By people who hate fun. But even I have to admit that grapes are pretty tasty. However, once they... Fruit. It's been called nature's candy by people who hate fun. But even I have to admit that grapes are pretty tasty.
Well, that's if you're eating Roundup. Today I was looking at grapes in my area. I couldn't find any organically grown grapes. Willie, that's it for you. Take it easy, man. Don't ever come back in the show. Yeah, don't ever try to come back as another person or we'll beat you again. We're going to try to teach you people a lesson to shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense about me when you need to talk about the issues. Unbelievable.
Fruit.
All right, so fruits and vegetables are all sprayed with Roundup. The truth is, thank you, it's bipartisan here. The truth is, we're all being hit with Roundup in our food if we're eating genetically modified food. It really is happening.
So I had to get this video out.
Yeah, I'm glad you got the video out. We're all pissing Roundup, or at least 93% of us, according to a recent study of Americans urinating. Europeans are urinating, 99% of them are urinating Roundup. So here a company, Dow Chemical, has been able to produce an herbicide which is just proliferating across the planet, killing off the biosphere, essentially, killing off the soil that grows food, without creating any nutrition or providing any kickback. It's a known toxin, and a carcinogenic toxin at that. The Dow Chemical has been allowed to bribe congressmen and congresswomen into getting passed. That's why you go down and buy Roundup, get rid of your weeds. How else are you going to get rid of your weeds if you don't get Roundup? You know, people are spending $30 for a gallon of Roundup, and they actually think they're doing something good for their yard. When in fact, Roundup is completely immune, or it cannot prevent 9 different noxious weed varieties that are more than capable of growing even with Roundup. So it's kind of amazing that something so toxic could get approval for mass distribution across the planet, and the American people have no accountability from any of their agencies like the EPA. They're rounding you up, and they're going to send you to the death chamber with tumors growing all over your body. That's what's happening. The bees are dying, and it's linked to Roundup. A lot of you Republicans are in total denial that the environment is collapsing around us. And you're saying, oh, it's all fake news, it's just a bunch of crap. So, you know, we've got a lot of culling to do. Republicans are the first to go from the House and the Congress. We're going to have to vote these people out. The Democrats are second to go because they're the only ones that we have a chance of getting an impeachment with. So we're going to hope that the Democrats win the House and move forward as we build this third party. But you know something? It's not going to build at all. And we're not going anywhere as a third party if we can't get mainstream media attention. So I'm not asking any of you to help me get mainstream media attention. I'm asking you to tell people about us in America so that we at least have that going for us, because word of mouth is the only thing that we can use to bypass this huge censorship that they've locked us out of. The Florida Panhandle is a Category 3 storm. Michael is now coming at it. And we've seen how these storms have been generated using artificial means like weather modification.
The most tumultuous month of his life, certainly, sworn in as the 114th Supreme...
Oh, this is some ridiculous swearing in. National Hurricane Center says Hurricane Michael has potential to bring with it a storm surge of 13 feet to the Panhandle. And that'll be serious. Rick Scott said Michael was expected to be the most destructive storm to hit the Panhandle in decades. So people are getting out there boarding up their windows with plywood or wafer board, because that'll work too. It's a lot cheaper than plywood, but still does the job. That's wafer board. Plywood is like 4 times expensive, but wafer board works just the same. All right. Trump. It's almost getting to be disturbing to look at him talk at this point.
Now substantially, which she should. She's a tremendous woman. I'm sure Taylor Swift has nothing or doesn't know anything about her. And let's say that I like Taylor's music about 25% less now, okay? Thank you.
So Taylor Swift is getting...
It has been an honor of a lifetime. I said I am such a lucky girl to have been able to lead the state that raised me and to serve a country I love so very much has really been a blessing, and I want to thank you for that. But I'm most excited. Look at the 2 years. Look at what has happened in 2 years with the United States on foreign policy.
Yeah, we screwed up.
Now, the United States is respected. Countries may not like what we do, but they respect what we do. I don't have anything set on where I'm going to go. I think that the main thing was I was governor for 6 years, and we dealt with a hurricane, a 1,000-year flood, a church shooting, a school shooting. There was a lot. And then to come in and...
I don't think we're respected around the world. I think she's a glad-handing with Trump sitting there. Yeah, she's a warmonger. She's not your mom. Yeah, I don't want to hear Nikki Haley. She's obviously on the take. Perjury and misogyny. Mitch McConnell's own family slammed Brett Kavanaugh, but he didn't listen to any of his family members because basically Mitch McConnell has to say he endorses Brett Kavanaugh. His re-election depends on it. The people that get that basically elected Mitch McConnell didn't realize, but he got a lot of money from Russia because of Brett Kavanaugh. Wondering why Trump is so set on Kavanaugh? In 2011, he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. So Mitch McConnell was directly a beneficiary of the Russian money, super PAC money. So that's why he was fighting for Kavanaugh. Play Mr. Right? Okay. Nope. No call. We're going to move off of this story onto Mr. Right. Our daily play of Mr. Right, which we do on a daily basis because I can. And it is an original song by me, and I don't mind sharing it with you guys. Thank you.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
You know, I didn't realize that it was the ending of that sound was too good to be true when I made that song. I didn't even know the lyrics because I pieced it together on Magix.com. I was taking calls. Yeah, let's go ahead. We've got a caller from Troll City. Let's see if we're going to get a call from Troll. Troll number 1, you go ahead. I am not Brian of Tarth. No. Go ahead, Troll. No.
Jason.
Jason, we don't do calls from you. I told you, we'll never do a call from you. People don't understand that when I say no, I mean no. They don't get it. It's sad, you know. I wish I could just complain and get this thing to fix. People just don't want to take no for an answer now. We live in a country where everyone's gotten whatever they want from their parents because their parents were so permissive, allowing them to come in and do whatever they want. Yeah, so people are generally becoming that way. Yeah, call from Jason. Yeah, I'd love to get into that music, but I'm just too stressed out by the insanity of getting Kavanaugh as another Supreme Court justice. And to think that Anthony Kennedy is retiring, even though his son works as the money manager for Donald Trump and the $1 billion that he owes Deutsche Bank, and nobody's investigating this. I mean, I think Anthony Kennedy should be impeached. He shouldn't be allowed to resign, and we should never have filled his post. But what this is going to end up as is an impeachment of Kavanaugh by anybody who'd get behind that goal. Because this guy clearly did not take a lie detector test, whereas Christina Blasey Ford did. And she passed with 100%. So yet people think that she lied and he's telling the truth when he had all the tells of a guy who lied. Really unfortunate. Now, there's a lot of people that we're going to be discussing the idea that Trump is ending the Federal Reserve. Is this her nonstop discussion with herself? Because if she's wishfully thinking about this, I'd like to hear more about it. So we'll be adding that to the list. Some of you people on the right would think that, oh, Trump's going to end the Federal Reserve. Yeah, sure. He's made no evidence of that point. I doubt seriously if he'd ever do that. That's pretty funny. But I'll play it anyway. Yeah, boy, Kelsey Ballerini. I'll have to play that later, too. That'll be fun. Thank you. Yeah, like we need another Zionist, a lot of power. Great. That's been the problem. Oh, it's a sarcastic headline? Good. Good, because I never thought Never Lose Truth was going to be supporting Trump, but she has kind of intimated that early on in the Trump campaign, but I think she's realized he's just BS. Yeah, you need dental floss. Everyone should rinse their mouth out after each meal. That's highly recommended. If you haven't done that in your life, you're going to get tooth decay at an early age. My dentist said that the acids in our teeth are the reason why people are getting tooth decay at a young age. It's the acids from food that sits there. So even if you just sat and rinsed your mouth out after every meal, you're going to prevent cavities. I mean it. And this is probably the most true thing I can tell you guys to help save you a lot of problems with cavities down the road. How do you feel about this? Let's take a look. Miss American organization strikes back at rebellious states. Washington Post article. What's going on? States are rebelling. Miss America. Miss North Dakota, Carrie Munt reacts after being named Miss America during the Miss America pageant. They're striking back against state pageant groups who revolted against the national leadership in the run-up to this year's competition. The national group has revoked the license of 4 states, threatened to at least 15 with probation. Oh, well, I think that the states revolting is a good sign. Yeah, you can imagine how popular those women will be who revolt. But they're terminating the license of 4 states and threatening 15 with probation. Hey, they've got a mutiny over there. The women feel that the judging is unfair, and it might even be Me Too judging. Remember, Donald Trump ran a Miss Teen USA pageant in which he walked into the girls' dressing room with 15-year-old girls unclad with their clothing, you know, whatever. And he walked in and said, "Don't mind me, it's nothing I haven't seen before. Don't mind me." And they say he walked around creepily looking at the women dressing. That's what they say. So Trump is probably a good example of the Me Too pageant controversy that's going on right now. I think they are rigged, and if 15 of these states are going to be pulled, we should have an alternative Miss Anti-America competition. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I love America. I love this country, but I don't like what it's become. We've become a very prejudicial nation, judging people not on their freedom of religion, instead judging them on their religion, judging them on their belief system. We still have massive amount of racial profiling. We have a growing police state with deaths on average 1,200 a year. People die from cop, and more than half of them are unarmed. This country has turned into a disaster zone that needs to be clarified. We need honesty at the top. Otherwise, people are going to think we've got a corrupt pig running our country, which we do, by the way. He's all about Donald Trump and making money. Conflict of interest everywhere we turn. Everything he does is about making money. Himself, not us, himself. You got a hobo cook show? Okay, we'll pray for you. What's happening this evening? What's going on? Are you going into surgery? I mean, do not recite the Lord's name in vain, sir. What do you need prayers for? Well, that's smart. Just have internet. Yeah, $140 for cable? Are you serious, Delvin? Yeah, you can get Netflix for $12.99 a month or something. Yeah, the Bill and Hillary launching a U.S. tour aren't cheap. The tickets are really expensive. Can you imagine Bill and Hillary are still in our face, broadcasting what great people they are? And all these allegations of corruption with the Clintons and not one person being investigated, Trump is definitely deep state. No, that's called using the Lord's name in vain to ask me to pray that you don't masturbate. Can you believe these people? I can't believe the mindset of people that think they're going to ask God for strength to not masturbate. Wow. Yeah. Can you believe that? So Bill and Hillary are taking their the Clinton death count or body count on the road. Of course, they're not going to answer any questions. It'll all be very controlled, and you'll have to have a lot of money to get in. They're going to visit 4 cities in America in 2018. They're going on a tour beginning next month and 9 in 2019 across North America, a series of conversations dubbed An Evening with President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton. How unoriginal. It's being produced by tour promoter Live Nation, the company behind Michelle Obama's extensive tour to promote her new book, as well as tours for, can you believe this? Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Bruno Mars, and other music heavyweights. Oh, yeah. Okay, so in other words, the Illuminati is having Bill and Hillary do a tour to make it seem like they're not guilty of anything. Can you believe that? I can't. Again, an inappropriate question in the show gets you mute. You're gonna have to learn how to communicate in the show, because you're not communicating very well. The Clintons have a history of questions attached to their presidency and her Secretary of State position. Questions that were never answered by Trey Gowdy. Even her actions during that time period in Benghazi are very suspicious. And the fact that she didn't have any emails discovered in the WikiLeaks relating to Benghazi means there's a cover-up. And we found out that Strzok culled all the emails that he didn't want anyone to see. So there's still a lot of emails we could look at to see if there is an FBI ability to do anything like investigate, which I seriously doubt after their mishap with Brett Kavanaugh not interviewing 7 people. I don't even think the FBI has an investigation division. The Clintons work for the Rothschilds. They're directly working for the Rothschilds, a New World Order group that owns our government and has been buying people like the Clintons for years. We're just going to mute you again. How's that? I won't be going to any town hall debates, Ace Spade. I thought I explained myself. I'm not traveling anywhere. I'm running this campaign solely from my studio. Right, the Bogdanovs, Rothschilds, the Warburgs, Bergstroms, all these people are at the top of the ultra elite in the world, and they own the world's governments, but they don't have total control yet. They've got their hooks really deep in America. They've controlled and rigged our political system. They've rigged our judicial system. They control judges. They buy dirty judges like Kavanaugh. No problem. You can buy him for $200,000. That's all it took to buy that judge. Somebody paid his bills off last year, and nobody knows who paid him. That's bad work by the FBI. A simple attorney with an investigation search could find out who paid off Brett Kavanaugh's debts. It wouldn't have taken the FBI more than a few minutes to find out who made that payment. So something's not right here. The FBI is working for secret forces within our government, probably the Clintons as well as Trump. They're not working to find the truth. And you notice Mueller has already remained silent on almost every issue. He hasn't come up with any kind of a case of obstruction, which he said he would say yay or nay on that by September, and he's already 9 days late. You know, I like French's mustard because it has turmeric in it, whereas Dijon does not. If they marketed Dijon mustard with turmeric, I'd probably buy it, but I like the turmeric in the French's yellow mustard. Well, I'm not going to dispute that. I met a lot of people in public places, and I've been accosted, beaten, or not beaten, but assaulted verbally. And I had one time where a Canadian wrestler snuck up behind me. I had no words with him at all, publicly. He snuck up behind me and put me in a full Nelson. And he said he could kill me. And Sarah was a witness to that. No one stood up for me. Not one Democrat, lily-livered liberal in the group would say, oh, you just attacked that man. Nobody. But Sarah was a witness to it. Elisa Milano saying Trump groped her, I can't verify that. You're just making stuff up. Right, they believe they have psychic abilities. Yeah, I know. But the problem is there's no connection. We don't really know for sure. All we know is that these brothers, which I featured in our show, they are Ashkenazi. These brothers are strange characters. These guys that have had facial reconstructive surgery. They're getting on in years too. We're talking about the Bogdanovs and their relationship with the Rothschilds. I don't think they have a relationship. It's adversarial. All right. I'll add it to my blog notes. Thanks for your info. They own nano and R&D labs around the world. You likely have Bogdabots inside of you right now. Yeah, I know. The study that's been done on the nanotechnology and the apparently floating, I guess we had a link from Julian Assange just last night we played where it was the last credible link Julian Assange had where he said that there was evil dust in the air, and that would be the dust that the Bogdanovs are creating. They're creating miniature bots, nanobots that float in the air that get caught in our lungs. I know. I don't believe that the Rothschilds per se embody evil. I think that they made up the name Rothschild, and they're really Bowers. They worked as court Jews for the Jewish royalty back in the 1500s. They've since parlayed their use of usurious laws and financing to be the richest people in the world, valued at well over $200 to $300 trillion, making Donald Trump look like a peon. He couldn't even shine their shoes. But do you think the Rothschilds are so powerful that they wouldn't put someone in their family out there to control operations here in the U.S.? Don't you think they'd have somebody representing them? Well, there's a lot of theories about who represents the Rothschilds here. The most recent theory is that this man, James Alefantis, at the core of the Pizzagate controversy about Comet Pizza. Alefantis and the Rothschilds may very well have a connection. We have David Rothenberg.
We are scheduled.
Yeah, I can't go there. I can't play that guy. But the possibility that James Alefantis is a Rothschild has been discussed. There's actually some facial comparisons to him in a picture with another person that looks identical. Have you ever read Ted's manifesto? I've read the Cliff Notes on Ted Kaczynski's manifesto, but I'm not that concerned about the growth of science as if we could stop it, or technology as if we could stop it. I think we have to embrace the reality that we need to live with technology and not necessarily put technology inside of us. The theory is that these Bogdanovs actually create nanotechnology that we're all breathing. They're Bogdabots. That's what they're saying. I can't confirm or deny that's possible, because I know that nanoparticles are flying in the air. Yes, and Henry Kissinger is a close friend with Trump, that's for sure. But see, all these questions people are having about what's happening really, adds the need for a third-party discussion on these issues, for sure. Sarah's here to talk about stuff, so I'm going to pull off my Media Verification Alliance. And she can just give you some time while I switch parts in my hair and show you I have a different look. Okay.
You just switch the camera view.
No, I'm just going to switch my hair. Yeah, I'm just putting stuff in order here. This guy's giving us information about all these people on, Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm going to be leaving the show, so whatever you type in here won't be recorded. But everything else has been copied into a notepad.
Thanks, 254.
Which I save for later.
That's funny, that is kind of my style, the Stitch Fix part. But what they do is you sign up and then they send you an outfit every once in a while, and whatever you don't send back, then you have to buy.
Oh, this company Stitch Fix? Mm-hmm. Well, I don't doubt that. I
don't need any more clothes.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that they're catering to us, marketing to us, because you bought something from them. They are able to insert ads in everybody's. Yeah, Trump bows to Israel. That's a good one. Yeah, did you see this? Him boarding the Air Force One with TP on his foot. Isn't that funny?
Are you serious?
Yeah, nobody bothered to say, Donald, you've got TP on your foot.
Oh my God.
Isn't that something? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'll be back. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you take it off the screen?
Yeah, I don't want that to be on the screen.
Watch
no.
TV on my butt or Trump, so neither one.
Let me grab that. But nobody seems to care in his cabinet that he's walking around with TP on his foot. That's just kind of funny.
It's one of those people. It's like, do you tell him? Do you don't tell him?
It does make a difference.
Do you want to tell him? Do you not want to tell him? He's just one of those people. Right? I feel like something's happening. That's what's happening. David doesn't have this all the way out. And that's why. Okay, I'm going to change this. Layout. No. There we go. All right. And then let me look at this, the GIF. Alright, there we go. Alright. How many tabs? David does not have that many tabs open tonight. And we always run 4 windows, at least. 4 windows. And on one he has 2 tabs open, which is good. One is Periscope and one is this Tiki Live. Guest says, thank you for broadcasting on Tiki. You're welcome. And then on the Vaughn Live chat, one, he has a Vaughn Live, of course, and then he has Missing America Organization strikes back at rebellious states. Well, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus the third party one. On the Vaughn, the iVlog one, he has the iVlog plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to close out of this one that has, I don't even know which one it is, with Trump and the toilet paper on his foot. So then over there he had 1, 2, 3, 4. $18. So 18 plus 14. 32 tabs. Sure, we can have trivia today. Said yes, trivia. All right, yesterday we were talking about mitochondrial Eve. And today we're still working on life sciences, and they start with the letter M. What is division of a single cell into 2 identical daughter cells? Each daughter cell has an identical number of chromosomes as the parent cell. This begins when the DNA in the parent cell replicates itself. It ends with 2 cells having the same genes. Most cells in the human body and all single-celled organisms reproduce through this method. We were at a house and they were talking. We were all talking, and I don't recall the conversation exactly, what was going on, but suddenly the person did put David in a full Nelson. I was just in shock. I didn't know what to say or do because I was in complete shock. Yeah, that was my face. The guy was at least David's height, maybe a little about the same height, and it's difficult because it would be difficult to do that, Howie, because he was completely behind him and David couldn't reach. He'd have to reach through himself to reach the guy. All right, so that was mitosis, correct, Johnson? Mitosis. Meiosis is a different type of cell division when they end up with basically creating sex cells. These create the cells that are the same as the parent cell. What is the branch of science devoted to studies of the structure, function, and reactions of DNA, RNA, proteins, and other molecules involved in the life processes? Exactly. Well, close enough, Johnson. Yeah. Molecular biology. Yes, molecular biology. I'm just going to close out of this. And this. And this. And this. Well, I'm closing out a lot of things, and David's probably going to say, why is Sarah closing out of things? All right. A man trained a seagull to dance. Okay, see, I'll open that up rather than all the things David has open. All right, what is a...
Trained a seagull.
What is a phylum of invertebrates that has soft bodies and muscular feet? Some of these also have hard shells, but some have no shells at all. They're a phylum of invertebrates with soft bodies and muscular feet. Correct, Johnson. Yes. Hello, Bingalitis. Well, I'm glad you're here when you can be here. Building an empire. Fantastic. Like on a video game? Alright, that answer was mollusks. Mollusks. What is a kingdom of single-celled organisms without a cell nucleus? These are the most primitive living things, and they're thought to have been the first to evolve. There's another word for them that starts with P, but this one also, or it starts with M. I don't think you'll get it. The kingdom of single-celled organisms without a cell nucleus. Oh, your empire of pets. Oh, you're trying to make your pets know who's boss. They've been rebelling lately. Okay. Yes, Johnson, you're right. Prokaryotes. That is correct. Or they're also known as Monera. M-O-N-E-R-A. Monera or prokaryotes. What is the study of the structure of living things? Starts with the letter M. The study of, that's going to tell you what it ends with. It does end with ology, but it's not microbiology. The study of the structure of living things. I would say living things changing over time, because the first part of the word has to do with change. It's actually called morphology, the study of the structure of living things. Morphology. How those structures change, I'm sure. All right, what is something that causes mutations in living things. These include chemicals such as drugs or toxins and radiation. Okay, so that was mutagen. Mutagen. Good job, Johnson. Mutagen. What are changes in chromosomes or genes that cause offspring to have characteristics different from those of their parents? These can be caused by the effects of chemicals, radiation, or even ordinary heat on DNA. These produce some of the differences between members of a species on which natural selection acts. Correct, Johnson. 773, Bangalitis. Yes. It is mutations. Is my shirt coming alive or trying to send you to the Star Trek ship? It is. Well, it's because my shirt, let's see what is behind us. See how that like light is going on and off? It's because my shirt is green, so it's acting like a transparent thing, so it's showing the backgrounds. I'd rather have this sparkly background than like, I don't know. I don't even know what these backgrounds are. Let me see. Something like, there we go. Ooh, that's kind of cool. There we go. Anyway, so it's actually green. Never realized the power of green. That's why they say, please don't wear green when you're going to get your picture taken on picture day. Because it bleeds through. So did you guys hear this story about the president of Interpol that has gone missing in China? Meng Hongwei, who leads the International Police Organization, hasn't been seen in more than a week. And a Saudi guy, oh yes, and the Saudi guy disappeared at the Saudi embassy. So strange. Yes, exactly. Scotty is having a little trouble beaming me back up. Come on, Scotty. Let it happen. Oh, it's like the little things, the particles. I was like that. Okay, we were talking about mutations. I think we'll stop right there because now we're in the letter N. I think I want to look at all of David's links. I said he had like, I don't know how many I said. A lot. Well, I started closing some of them down. Garnier, whole blends, avocado oil, and shea butter extract nourishing shampoo. That sounds good. Olive and avocado super concentrated shampoo. Ooh, that's pretty good. Bernie calls for a new world order that promotes shared prosperity and solidarity over state sovereignty. When was this? Published October 9th. Today? Wow. What is this? Beginner's Guide to Marijuana Strains. Okay. Oh, this is about thalidomide. What happens to thalidomide babies? 5 years ago, the sedative thalidomide was withdrawn after 50 years ago. It was withdrawn after thousands of mothers gave birth to disabled babies. That aging thalidomide generation now faces rising care bills, but some hope. What? Some hope a possible Nazi link to the drug could bring more compensation? What? I don't know. I don't know if I even want to read that. That was in 2011 anyway. I think Dave and I were talking about that just because I'm watching Call the Midwife. You Bengalitis, you think it's best to be anonymous in life? You fired all your friends and now you just have anonymous friends like me? I can be your virtual friend. You have verts, not people, friends in real life. You just have virtual reality friends. I'll be your vert, not your BFF. Oh, this was from My Man Trained Seagull to Dance. That's from Scissor Fight. Billionaire Shenanigans from somebody over at 153. Okay, I'll leave that. New York limo crash hoax. Why do I need to watch that? I don't think I need to. Closing out of that. SpaceX launches another show to prepare for Project Bluebeam. I'll leave it, but not really interested. Celeste Yarnell, an alluring actress of the 1960s, has died at the age of 54. Okay, good to know, but no, died at the age of 74. Good to know, moving on. Some weird picture, moving on. Infamous St. Petersburg trolley factory was set on fire. No, troll factory, not trolley factory. Troll factory. It's believed to be at the vanguard of Russia's information war. It's been set on fire in St. Petersburg overnight. Investigation revealed last night that the secretive troll factory had rebranded itself as a media conglomerate with 16 new news websites generating more than 30 million page views every month. Its operational hub, a website called FAN, Federal News Agency, is based in a stone's throw from the Troll Farm's original location in northern St. Petersburg. Wow. Somebody broke in and put a Molotov cocktail in there. Alright, moving on. That's an interesting story. I'll come back to that. And that was according to the Moscow Times. And Bloomberg is running a story, new evidence of hacked supermicro hardware found in U.S. telecom. This discovery shows that China continues to sabotage critical technology components.
So it's LME Week. The host of leaders from the industry gathered here.
Is David playing Kelsey Ballerini? Anyway, moving on. Sarah, did Rex 360 get banned? Can you unban him? I saw him earlier tonight. I can't believe he would be banned tonight. I don't think he ever was banned. David's banning everyone. That's true. David is running a tighter ship, he said. You're welcome. What do you mean I unbanned the wrong Rex? That's what you said on Sid. Hello, off. Yes, sir. Are you an officer? Alright, now I'm gonna look at the last, I'll look at all of David's tabs over here. I said Pinky and the Brain was one of my favorite cartoons growing up. And of course, it wasn't a cartoon, it was a show. I loved Mr. Rogers. But that's not a cartoon. Alright. President of Interpol has gone missing. I'm just going to go scroll through these. Deciphering Hillary Mueller FBI encryption treason. What? Aimfortruth.org. I don't know. Moving on. Mediaite. Fox News. Napolitano ties Kavanaugh to wild conspiracy theory stuff. This is in July. Moving on. I should just go from this side. Las Vegas. Oh, wait. Moving on. I don't know what this is. Drag the ball. This is how it works. Drag the ball. Drag a ball. Click on the background. Shake your browser. Double click play. Oh, there we go. Alright, moving on. Thanks, Mr. Doob, for that fun. GroundZeroMedia.org. Do I really want this? Case 6, the puzzling evidence. What is this? Oh, giant trap is deployed to catch plastic littering the ocean. Yay! I like that. When was that published? Oh, a month ago. Yay! Oh, this is Spotify. Alright, moving on. Spreaker, moving on. Moving on. Marine plastic. Hundreds of fragments have been found in dead seabirds. Oh, so sad. No room for nutrition because they have so much plastic inside of them. This is pretty cool. The wind, rain, and... Is this... I wonder if this has been updated. Let's refresh. Oh, that's interesting. These winds are pretty strong, but I guess... What happened to, Hurricane Michael? Is it dissipated?
Okay.
Oh no, there it is. I think that other one wasn't updated. This is current. Yeah.
Okay, I have to do an investigation of something.
Do you need to go on the other computer? What do you need?
Well, I can do this here on this computer. I just have to check our email.
Okay.
So let me do that real quick.
All right. I'm good. Oh, goodness.
Okay, so we're gonna just check on something real quick here. I'm just talking to Sarah about something, doing some research. Yeah, I just want to check this email because we got email the other day from somebody to make sure it's. Yeah, sometimes you have to open it up on a bigger computer.
Why don't you go to, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the correct email. Okay, you see the date on that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and let Sarah talk for you guys just a bit, and I'll take over the show in just a sec. Just a jiffy.
Sounds good. I think I should just check out what's going on in the regular news. David had enough tabs open, so might as well just check out the news.
All right. We're going to go to a quick break, and I'm going to talk to Sarah about something. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in a video for all you guys to watch. Let's see if we can pull it up here. Tonight's Truth Tuesday, so we're going to look at a video from our recent 9/11 tribute. We covered a few things about the 9/11 incidents that really should be talked about. We'll get to that. It is Truth Tuesday after all, and I think we could take a look at this footage that just recently came in. Four minutes. Okay.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes, were in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight.
Hello everybody. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I'm back. I'm glad. Are you glad you got to know why we went to Iraq? Because the Afghanistan terrorists attacked us. We never could figure out why we were attacking Iraq to go after Osama bin Laden. And that whole story, you know, they used that as a promotion to start a war in Iraq, which they were very effective at doing. So a major event led to a war. Maybe there's something to this possibility that the event came from within our country to trigger war because they wanted to make money on war. And they didn't care if they killed people. So the possibility that 9/11 could have been an inside job still lingers in the mindset of the American populace. We still live with that worry that these people are still in charge and they got away with it. Yeah, we're all thinking that, I know. Well, thank you. Yeah, you're a person who likes it parted on this side of my head, whereas some people came in the room earlier and said they preferred it on the other side. They like that look. It's just, I'm showing you the versatility of my hairdo.
No need.
Really?
I mean, do you want to read this or do you want me to just...
Oh, it just came in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like today. Like...
Yeah, okay.
6:30.
Let me just take a look at it on the phone.
Want me to just take over the show?
Yeah, just for a second. Thanks.
All right.
Excuse me.
Okay. All right. Oh, an item in your basket went up from $22.98 to $22.99. That emoticon is like the perfect picture for that. I love that emoticon for that one being a light is so good. Like, no, it can't have gone up. It could not possibly have gone up 1 cent. Oh, I love how you guys are all talking with David. We love you, David. Okay, of course Steve is going to run in 2020. He is. He's not. David is not camera shy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that
Sorry.
solves that. I just think that's pretty interesting.
Should I any response?
No.
From me?
Yeah. I just think let's just process it. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Dr. Judy Wood's research on 9/11 will blow your mind, bro. I know, dude. I know. The idea of a scalar weapon was suggested. They talked about possibility that the entire buildings themselves were used as a scalar. But the more I look at Building 6, the more I'm likely to believe that it's probably the same kind of bomb that hit the Oklahoma City bombing. And from the looks of this building, which no one really wanted us to look at during the 9/11 period, nearly 20 years ago, look at this. I mean, this is not a building collapsing on itself. This was a bomb that cored out the center of it. It was a massive explosion in the center of Building 6. No, Building 7's another story. It was not hit by an airplane, but neither was Building 6. And look at the bomb evidence there. So the very fact that 9/11 Commission report did not take on the explosions into consideration and the bombing evidence at Building 6 means that they covered up the entire investigation. They wanted us to believe the talking points that 2 planes somehow knocked down all these buildings. So we have to get to the bottom of that. Hey, Sarah, my cup of coffee is in the other room.
Okay.
It's like a tumbler. Thanks. And Indigo Balls has the Judy Woods clip here, 24 seconds.
Good Lord.
You can see the building turn to dust. And what the theory is this was put out called dustification. Thank you.
Yep.
It's called dustification. And dustification is a new word. They created it just for this analysis. And I read a lot of her work and certainly think it's possible a scalar weapon could have been used. But there's more than enough evidence of possibly people planting charges in the weeks prior to 9/11. But watch the World Trade Center aspire, steal, and disintegrate. Dustification,
There are no
molecular
words.
disassociation.
You can see large pieces of the
Entirely
building
possible
falling.
weapon,
You can see the
phased
smoke
array radar
rising.
system of maximum proportion.
You can see a
could have done
portion of the
So we have to look into
side of the
possibility
building
that
now just
there
being
were
covered
people
on the
within
right
our
side
government
as
that
I
were
look
working
at
to
it,
do this.
covered in smoke.
And the argument that the FBI had only presented a picture, 15 frames from one camera angle of the Pentagon, indicates that they're covering up 80 other angles of the attack And there's no way in the world that would have possibly been done unless they're covering up the entire story about the Pentagon. A missile hit the Pentagon, not a plane. So those two pieces of primary evidence I just showed you is enough to overtake or overturn at least the ruling that it was a job done by terrorists who magically just appeared with one guy's passport at the bottom of all this dust and rubble. And it was in mid-condition. I mean, that was a clear case where it was a setup to lead us to believe that Osama bin Laden did it. The videotape of Osama bin Laden doing the 9/11 attack, it wasn't him admitting it at all that he did it. He just said it was a good idea and glad it happened. That's what he said. So. All right. Testing on citizens, yeah. They're building a psychic hive mind powered matrix capable of viewing the future via subdimensional fold space with the intent of manipulating the timeline. I'm so glad they're moving on in their advancement. They're going to fold time and space and somehow make everything right by going into the future. That's pretty funny, man. Yeah, it's possible. You know, we've been listening to a lot of people. Karen Hudas, who's the former banker of the World Bank, says that these people who are running the World Bank are not even human. I mean, there's talk that they may even be a subspecies or a subprime species of the human species, that they have oblong heads. Yeah, I mean, it just goes off and on. And I didn't expect that from Karen Hudas, a former World Bank attorney who's trying to, get our money back from the World Bank. But she really believes that there's something very dark about the financing going on in the world. Melania Trump is tell-all. She's going to sit down for a solo interview and talk about her husband's infidelity. Wow, that'll be exciting. Well, according to Stormy Daniels, there's only one incident where he had sex with her, and then Karen McDougal is still writing a book. She hasn't really said how many times she had sex with him. In her interview, we're going to talk about the ABC News set to air on Friday. Her views on the Me Too movement. She seems to just kind of agree with everybody around her. Melania doesn't take a stand, really, but you're starting a new life tomorrow. That's good. What are you going to be? A person who doesn't type in cap lock anymore? You're changing yourself from upper caps to lower caps. I think you should buy a car before the prices go up. It's just that all the prices of every automobile will be going up significantly. So you may want to get in on a low-priced, good quality car. Maybe a Hyundai or something. Or a Honda. Because they will be raising prices of cars due to the aluminum and steel tariffs. I think it's a good idea, actually. This is the time. Yeah, it does sound a little like David Icke nonsense. David Icke, Icke, whatever. I think that the idea that there are aliens in the World Bank, in the very thought that these people, have this one focus on their mind, which is to control us through money. It could be they're not aliens, they're just self-appointed inbred Ashkenazis. The Rothschilds, that's exactly what you would describe their family. So they're inbred, they have some sort of mental problems due to their inbreeding. That would be a fact. And the fact that they've got these mental problems also means that they've somehow are consumed with their own power, and in the process they've adapted to other people's ascension to power and have formed a cabal of Luciferians who somehow want to rule the world. I'm more unlikely to believe that they're just greedy humans that want to rule the world than I am that they're aliens with oblong heads that somehow existed to some other previous time and space. That's a little far-fetched for me. But the idea that these people really are greedy and Donald Trump is really greedy, I can fly with that. It makes sense. That's kind of why we're in the situation we're in. But then again, we don't want really ultra-liberal commies who endorse a New World Order like Bernie Sanders. I mean, listen to this video.
Let me simply state that in order to effectively combat the forces of global oligarchy and authoritarianism, we need an international movement that mobilizes behind a vision of shared prosperity, security, and dignity for all people.
Here come the globalists. The globalists are coming in. The New World Order globalists, and of course they choose Bernie as their spokesman, the socialists that they are. This is why I started America's Third Party, because I don't buy into that globalist New World Order concept. I believe we need to keep preserving America's integrity and keep these people from having control over any nation. But they're trying to gain control over all the nations of the world and buy them out. That's what they're doing. So that we're kind of sitting here privy to this, we get to watch, and they think we're idiots, while they're dumbing us down with all kinds of artificial means, including weather warfare, which is happening as we speak. They're attacking our country through chemicals dumped in our skies. Now, as if the digital spectrum behind me wasn't bad enough on our physical being, that we've just discussed the possibility that nanoparticles may be flying in the air, embedding themselves in our body. It just gets worse and worse the more you go down that conspiracy theory road. What I think we need to do is focus on keeping our food and water supply clean. Regardless of the contamination in our environment, we have to focus on getting clean food and clean water to all of the people. That means point of use filtration while we deal with this toxic nightmare that was created by this cabal of industrialists. So there's been a lot of questions about 9/11 for sure. There's no guarantees in this country that we're ever going to get any accountability on 9/11 or JFK. But a new president who answers to these questions, like myself, would certainly be the best shot we've got. We're not hybridized with socialism. Socialism's aspect, the only good part about socialism, if there is such a thing that's good, is the monopoly busting aspect, to keep big corporations from being too big. What Bernie's talking about is virtually kowtowing to a global order, a new world order. And that's exactly why I started America's Third Party, to stop that. So we're kind of at that fulcrum point where if we fall into their clutches, we will be lost forever, and we will be kind of counted out, sent off to the FEMA camps and disposed of, which is their plan in the end. They have been in a multiple stage plan. They're very patient. They want to embed power, put a lot of power in the hands of despots like Hitler. And now Trump. They think Trump's their guy with his limited intelligence. But they think that they're going to be able to institute another phase to the final solution, which was always on Hitler's mind, to eliminate portions of our population they felt undesirable. There have been documents, the Protocols of Zion, but no one really can verify the authenticity of the Protocols of Zion. The first appearance was off of a Xerox machine. Somebody pulled him out of the garbage can of a Xerox machine at a postal place. Yeah. So there's really no way of verifying the Protocols of Zion. But if you read the Protocols of Zion, it talks about this. And if you look at the Georgia Guidestones, which do exist, they spent a lot of money doing it. It looks like their plan was put in place in the early 80s when they hired an actor to be our president, in which he performed. Well, America needs to unite under one great banner, and under Ronald Reagan we can do that. So his whole thing was to completely lie to you and pretend like he was a really great guy, used his social ease with acting to make that happen, and they just bought him and they told him what to say. Meanwhile, we started wars and we continued doing their bidding. So we've had a New World Order government shell of a government presidential opportunity out there. And the last thing they would ever expect is a person like me trying to break through this order that they've put together, where no one can break in unless you're controlled by them or owned by them or bought by them. Sure. Here's my video from day 54 when we started this in 2008. Yeah, I can certainly play that. Yeah, so I've been doing this consistently every day for 10 years to show my continuity and my consistency to you. So you don't think that this is a fly-by-night opportunity. You realize that we're here for you, and we're trying to really make this happen.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own.
Now, this concept is very real, the U.S. Auto Corporation concept that I had. We can always produce vehicles in this country. We have an infrastructure that's easily, we could turn it on right now. In about 10 years, we won't be able to do that. So now is the time to get those good auto workers and the experts that know how to make vehicles that are retiring their plants in Detroit to start building new vehicles. And the government can certainly throw a few $1 billion at their own auto company. And for $1 billion, if we can't create an automobile and get multiple ones out there for $1 billion, or even start with $100 million of taxpayer dollars, I don't see why this can't be a positive thing. I mean, Solyndra took $530 million. If we took $100 million and just seeded it with that money to build this plug-in electric hybrid car that could actually be incredibly efficient, both have gas and plug-in. See, nobody's making a plug-in hybrid electric car that uses the drivetrains of both Honda and Toyota. Nobody. We get the licensing for the regenerative braking for the Toyotas with the front wheels and back wheels that when they brake, they send electricity into the battery. And the integrated motor assist that Honda makes, like in this little car that I have here, we fuse those together and put a battery system in with a good, strong accelerator that'll take it up to 60 miles per hour, solely on battery power. It would be a complete symphony of ideas and electricity core together to create this bundle of energy that you'd draw from, and you'd be able to charge up on long distances if you're staying that night, or if you're still on the road, it still draws from the gasoline tank. So we could easily fund something that gets close to 100 miles per gallon, can go 0 to 60 in about 7 seconds, and have all the features you'd expect from a really nice luxury family vehicle. Everything could be it's a merge of both the compact, subcompact world, bring it up to a mid-size, and make it affordable for everybody, kind of like the size of your standard Elantra or something like that. These cars are really well tested. Hyundai makes them, but we can make a vehicle like that too. So this was at the core of this idea 10 years ago. And I really believe that the American people could profit from this. We could get these vehicles for under $15,000 to $20,000 range, right around there, undercut our competitors from overseas, produce them here in the US, and do what we need to do. Build this production cycle that we need to have in America, which we're not getting. We haven't seen new production out of Donald Trump since he started 2 years ago. Nothing. Wow, chat really is dead. All right, thank you for letting me come in here and talk there. I don't know what happened to chat, but we know there's something going on over there at Vaughn. I think he's shutting down chat while we're in the middle of our show. He's done this before. That's really weird. So you're back, Howie, huh? Okay, so you know the rules. Yeah. If we don't, Europe will? Yeah. Well, they're already doing it. I mean, there's great companies. VW is getting completely exiled from our country. Trump is violating... Okay. Trump is violating VW's everything they ever intended to do, they're getting penalized now. VW had to alter their combustion cycle to meet and comply with the Clean Air Act in California. And it's ironic that California has the largest number of automobiles purchases. So they rule, and their air emission control CAFE standards have been the problem. VW now is being penalized for over $15 billion at a time when they need to build jobs in America. They could have, their factories are ready to roll up, continue doing business, but they may have to close their doors and walk away from here. VW may be truly an imported vehicle someday. And it's a shame because the vehicles that we see on the highway, every vehicle, the Golf, the Passat, the Jetta, they've all been solid performers and continue to this day with excellent precision technology applied. These vehicles are really well made. I can't just walk into an industry that's been successful like Volkswagen and just build a new car and say, wow, this is going to be the end-all answer to everybody. Even Tesla's having a hard time with that. He's trying to get his prices down to 30,000, but where Tesla's blowing it, in my opinion, is a lot of his vehicles are going solo electric. I think we really are blowing a big opportunity here. The market for hybrids is still very, very strong. So why are we moving? Why did, look at Leaf. Leaf hasn't done very well at all. It's penalized, yes. You can penalize somebody anytime you want. It's not penalize, no. That's an English pronunciation. It's a penalty, but you can penalize people. Hey, Anonymous, everyone must know this before it's deleted. Uh-oh. What's happening?
It's like, one way to think of it is, imagine we were going to be visited, imagine you were very confident that we were going to be visited by super intelligent aliens in, let's say, 10 years or 20 years at the most. Super intelligent.
So you think within 20 years
yes,
we'll have alien in Earth?
Well, digital superintelligence will be like an alien.
It will be like an alien.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Elon Musk kind of went off the deep end when he said that we were all living in a simulation. I think that's the funniest thing I've ever heard anyone say. It's like he really does believe the Matrix, which was written and created by the Illuminati, by the way. Yeah, the weirdest thing about the Matrix movie is Neo's passport. All of this was part of the Illuminati's plan when they essentially, they always like to foreshadow. This cabal that I'm talking about love to foreshadow events. And when they posted Neo's passport in the Matrix, which was produced in 1998, it had the date 2011, September 11th on it. Yeah, so it's September 11, 2011. There are many conspiracy theories surrounding the date of September 11, 2021. It's 9/11. So they did this back in 1998, ahead of the 2001 era. So this whole foreshadowing is certainly something that could have been going on for some time. Okay. Musk is delusional. I think he's got some good ideas, Dogbone. I think he's onto some things, but I think he's also off the grid with his thinking. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. You see, they introduced Zion as a good thing in that movie. You and Zion are the enemy of the Matrix, when in fact Zion, the Zionists are the Matrix in this world. They are trying to dictate and dominate artificial intelligence. They're trying to control all aspects of every financial group supporting every country they've got their fingers in. And if they don't, they want to control countries like Iran and Syria. But Mr. Anderson, the character of Mr. Smith, he came in and tried to pretend like Zion was the enemy, that you guys, Zion was the underdog, and that we're all supposed to support Zion, like Neo. It's this obsession with Zion, Mr. Anderson. So it's called reverse logic. They're using the word Zion in a kind of a, it's the victim here. So it makes Zion out to be the victim in this incident. So they just make you attach the word Zion thinking, oh, we want to protect the underdog. We want to protect Zion. So then you automatically become a Zionist, sucked into the void that they've created with the Illuminati. Welcome to Disney, not Disney. I can't even imagine working at a company like that. I really can't. It's just too automated. Everybody has to be at their place every day. It runs like a machine. Disneyland is one of the most efficient running amusement parks in the world. They have an amazing ability to pull it off. They do a lot of business. I was surprised how much money they make. They bring in 50,000 people a day at Disneyland. At $100 a pop, that's like serious bucks. 5 million a day. Yeah, all people do is walk around and get on some rides. I mean, that's a pretty good. And to hire people to work, they are raising their pay scale. I heard that. Disneyland's going to be paying, I think, $15 an hour, and Amazon's going to do that too. That's what I heard. All right, yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting, but not that interesting. Anyways, the World Trade Center bombing that raises questions. If you look at Building 6, you can tell that there's been a massive bomb that blew up in the middle of it, just like Oklahoma City bombing. It like carved out a whole section. So, you know people that work at Amazon, really? Okay. All right, we're done with that. And the president of Interpol has still gone missing. It's a really weird case where this man, who's the president of the investigating team that looks into the Chinese hackers and cyber hackers, which we know now that they're doing, this guy is now missing. Meng Hongwei, who leads the International Police Organization, hasn't been seen in more than a week. The president of Interpol, an international organization that coordinates law enforcement agencies worldwide. So if there's a secret world of cyber hackers that are trying to maneuver around another group that are trying to find them, this guy happened to know everything about that. He's now gone. So where are you, Meng? I'm sure your family needs to know. So the president of Interpol gone, missing. Okay. Great, we got rid of a few links. That was good. Sarah did that. That's good. People were talking about marijuana in our show earlier on. And the truth is, it is medicinal. It's benefiting so many people that some people are thinking it will be a huge market for this. It's a growing to $7.7 billion market is projected to hit $31 billion by 2021. It's booming in part because of cannabis's versatile form of medication. Chronic pain, anxiety, epilepsy, you name it, it's growing in interest. And if it does, its use continues to grow, we could be looking at an even bigger market than $31 billion. The wedding industry in America is $15 billion. We could more than quadruple the wedding industry in terms of profit for the country as well. Are you getting Secret Service to watch over you? No, I'm not even on the radar, man. I'm worldwide, seen across the globe on UHF, but in America, nobody hardly even knows me. I can tell you that if the government gets involved, we have to relax all standards and slowly move in on certain standards, like we shouldn't in any way limit people. Well, we should limit people to 6 plants minimum, like California is doing. But the idea is to get everybody involved and get more and more product. If we have everybody in America having victory gardens filled with marijuana growth, everybody can make money on this, and we can produce some really good quality edibles, medicinals that we can export worldwide. So the government could get involved in exporting product around the world, like dabs. So, you know, if there is a drug industry out there, like which there is, like opium and obviously heroin and other things, this kind of has a remedial effect on people because it's not physically addicting. So it's like we're competing with the opioid industry head on, directly, without in any way legalizing all drugs. We just simply legalize marijuana. We're guiding people to a more safe and sane way of getting a little relaxation, a little bit of a break. So Coca-Cola's investing in marijuana, yeah. Everybody, and there have been plans for years, since the 1930s, since the 1960s by cigarette companies to integrate them into their cigarettes. I don't recommend it because it makes them addictive. I don't think we should go in that direction. I think the government should step in and actually limit the number of people that can create blunts with nicotine in them. I don't think blunts should have nicotine in them. I think it's a big mistake. I can see marijuana companies making solely marijuana cigarettes, but mixing tobacco with them makes them addictive, and that's not good. That in fact, that increases use, I suppose, in your mind, but it only creates a hazard from the nicotine and resin from the nicotine. It's not a good thing. And nicotine-related deaths are, much higher, whereas marijuana-related deaths are hardly at all, if any. I don't think anybody's died from an overdose. Maybe a child got near some concentrated THC and maybe overdosed. But I've smoked a joint a couple times at parties because it was a social thing to do. But it's not something I would choose to do because it's so full of resin. It's completely loaded with resin. So there are different strains of marijuana if you're looking for solutions as to what kinds. That's about all I'm going to really talk about. It's not like a big deal. If you've never smoked before, don't. Try to avoid it. Otherwise, you'll want to smoke again because it is very enjoyable to get high, so to speak. So if you're one of those people that has never done it, don't do it because you're going to want to do it again, just so you know. It seems to be a very popular thing. Okay, we've got a big zoom in on the Florida coastline. It looks like the panhandle is going to be hit from up underneath. Hurricane Michael is heading at Category 3 levels that could hit the panhandle of Florida with 125 mile per hour winds and up to 13-foot waves. Yeah, remember we were talking last week about fluoride-free beer? We went looking for the website. We had ffbeers.com. It used to exist, but it doesn't anymore. Yeah, they pulled it. They don't want you guys knowing which beers have more fluoride in them. Luckily, I found that Dos Equis had no fluoride in it. So if you want a fluoride-free beer, Dos Equis would be the one. Yeah, you may get heavy metals, but I go Dos Equis, man. The most interesting man in the world drinks Dos Equis, not Corona. Yeah, so that's interesting, That's the only thing I gleaned from the website. There were a few others fluoride-free beers, but that website's down now. It's gone. They knocked it down. They don't want anyone knowing where they're getting their fluoride. It only dumbs you down. So Melania Trump is going to talk about her love for Mr. Trump. She seems like such a tortured woman. Everything she says is so measured and controlled, like Please don't hurt me. No, Donald, no. No, Daddy, no. Don't hurt me, please. Did you hear about Tom Arnold? He says that there's a video of Donald Trump beating her up in an elevator. Huh. I mean, where does this guy Tom Arnold get off? He says that Donald Trump paid $500,000 to suppress a video of him beating her up in an elevator. No, no, don't hurt me, Donald. You can only imagine her saying that. All I can say is that Melania Trump tell-all is the most guarded tell-all I'll ever hear in the history of tell-alls. The I really don't care, do you jacket visit, and she's going to be asked why she wore the I really don't care, do you. She'll probably say, it was something I thought would be just quick to put on. I did not know what was on the back of it. I think the Melania is a beautiful woman. I don't doubt her sexuality. Whereas Michelle, I do doubt Michelle. I mean, let's face it. I mean, I showed you the video of Michelle with a penis and a testicle dancing around in front of us. Do you want to see it again? Yeah, Dave, Dad. Yeah, play, Dave. Yeah. You like Beavis and Butthead? Yeah. Let's play it. Yeah, Dave. But look at this. The outline of something in her pants. I hate to say it, but this is an 18 or over audience. We have to understand. Yeah, this is serious. This is not some make-believe transponder for her mic system. It has all the indications of a man's penis. So I'd like to know what these Illuminati scumbags think they're pulling over on the American people. That they got they got so much control over our country, they got us all thinking that Michelle's a woman. Of course Michelle's a tranny. Look at that. Are you blind? What, are you blind? Are you unable to see a penis and a testicle floating around in her jumpsuit there? Or are you in total denial? The kids don't even have connections to them. There's not one single picture of Michelle Obama pregnant. And I challenge any of you to find a single photograph of her pregnant with 2 children, Sasha and Malia. I, however, can find the facts are that Sasha and Malia are related to her best friends. The kids are the daughters of the best friends of the Obamas that traveled with them everywhere. Yeah, it's kind of wild to even think about that. Well, let's be clear. Michelle and I are going on a trip. Not to mention the fact that Barack Obama really was born in Kenya. His own literary agency used born in Kenya all the way up until 2007. When Obama realized, I can't be born in Kenya and still be president. Oh, okay. We'll just say I'm from Honolulu, and we'll work it out later. Yeah, it's like... Now, Michelle may be on some meds to make her look more like a woman. You know, this is a very... as soon as the Michelle Obama being a dude thing came out, we saw this picture. She went on a talk show with obvious nipples showing. Yeah. But you can get meds to give you nipples. Oh, yeah. Y'all can get meds anytime. Well, let's be clear. Sasha and Malia are the children of my best friend and associate, the doctor and his wife. Yeah, these are the friends of Barack Obama and Michelle. And these people look identical to Malia and Sasha. Malia looks more like him, and Sasha looks more like the mother. Yeah. Now you're being ridiculous. Sasha does not look like Webb Hubble. Oh, now we're hearing that the Las Vegas gunman planned a massacre in 7 days of video. Wow, this should be interesting. We'll watch it tonight. Part of our vetting of the Stephen Paddock alleged shooting. Okay. Thanks, Dark Engine. And a lot of this could be recreation, too. We don't know. The timestamp on these elevator shots could have been altered. The government could be trying to put together a timeline to pretend like this guy. They probably got an actor to look just like him. The big big question mark that came out during the Mandalay Bay attack was, how come the Clark County coroner didn't respond to any questions from reporters for 2 months? And still to this day won't answer questions as to, could we see autopsy photos of any of the victims? Not one single one has been released. I mean, that's serious withholding of information, obstruction of justice. And why is it, all these false flags have a common denominator where the shooter always kills himself? Isn't that interesting? So you can never actually question a witness. Yep. Even Fox News says there are many unanswered questions. Well, that's nice of Fox to do that. Fox won't commit to the word false flag. That shows me that Fox is a deep state-owned agency, controlled and monitored by the very people we're talking about. Our country is under attack from a secret society, a cabal, that are using money to buy our own officials right now. Now, it's pretty obvious that Susan Collins flipped on the entire issue because she seems to be buyable. But more importantly, I think Susan Collins just wants somebody to say, hey, look at me. Senator Collins has that face that most men would not, pay a lot of attention to. The look. That kind of a, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure her husband might find her very beautiful, but I'm not saying that beauty has anything to do with being a senator. I'm saying she looks like a woman who needs attention. Oh, placenta spray time? Okay, thank you. Thank you. She looks like a woman who needs attention. That's all I'm saying. She looks like a gypsy temptress, like Borat would say. Not the gypsy temptress. Not gypsy temptress. I am retired. No, I think that we're dealing with a person who just likes to be in the limelight, so she found a little niche. She's a moderate. She claims she can move in different directions. She looks like an Ashkenazi, I know. But being moderate and looking like she, can flip in any direction kind of makes her kind of special, kind of wow, kind of now, kind of Charlie. Kind of now, kind of wow. Revlon's Charlie. She could be a nasal wax model. It's possible. I don't know. But she is a senator, and she is open to definite possible, anybody can go up against her in Maine. So I'm still thinking about it, but if this doesn't pan out with Mueller, which it looks like it's not, and Donald Trump is trying to control the presidency, I don't know, anybody could go up there and challenge her to become a senator in Maine. It wouldn't be that hard. You'd just have to live in Maine for a year. Might be your calling. But the fact of the matter is, she's clearly a person who's been siding with Mitch McConnell 90% of the time. Total Republican to the core, pretending to be a moderate, acting like her flip vote is really important. It's not really something I would bother with. Anyway, I believe what her statement that she made, her 45-minute claim that she was doing the right thing, was really tragic, because she said that it wouldn't be partisan politics with Kavanaugh in there. I mean, that's the most simplistic mindset I've ever seen. Of course it's partisan. In fact, Kavanaugh said that he would, in fact, what goes around comes around. All I can say is that trimming nose hairs seems to be on your mind a lot, Howie. Something about smelling women that you're fixated with. Yeah, it's like everything in your chat talks about, smelling women and trimming nose hairs. It's like, what's your deal? I mean, do you have like a nose fetish or something? Senate, Electoral College, Supreme Court, borders, ICE, and probably a few things I'd like to mention. Can we declare them enemies of the nation yet? At this point, we have to build a new executive branch. We're not going to get enough Democrats, Republicans to defeat anyone at a local level. And maybe Maine might be one Waterloo state, but it's not going to happen rather quickly. We're talking about a slow turnaround. Meanwhile, our country's in dire need of clarity at the top. and we've got Russia breathing down our backs. Cyber terrorism going on so much so that I tweeted the other day that a Trump tweet that kind of was shocking to me. The Trump tweet that I made. Okay, let me see if I can get there. Yeah, Trump actually wrote in his tweeting back in 2017, shocking actually, that I have to pull it up. Yeah, check this out. I played it the other night. Shocking. Donald J. Trump. Putin and I discussed forming an impenetrable cyber security unit so that the election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded. So he's saying in this tweet in 2017 that he wanted Russia to run our cybersecurity. And you Republicans are wondering, is he colluding, or you're saying he's not colluding with Russia? No, I think Hillary was horrible. I think the Clintons need to be accountable, but you're not getting Trump to even investigate Clintons. Trump hasn't opened up an investigation of Hillary Clinton in 2 years. So how can you say he's not part of the deep state? The deep state is the two-party New World Order controlled government. Donald Trump joined one of those two parties. If he wanted to run as a third party, and he threatened to, he would have ran right into me, okay? But Trump is complete two-party New World Order deep state guy. They own him. They have a lot of leverage on him. So if Putin wants to run our cybersecurity, they can. And you know something? The American people can't do diddly squat to stop Russia from controlling their cybersecurity systems. Isn't that sad? The FBI can't investigate a renowned drinker, a sloppy drunk, in what appears to be 3 solid leads about his womanizing. The FBI can't do diddly squat. They're unable to do anything. They haven't advanced on the dossier at all. They've had it in their possession for over a year and a half. We have yet to see the dossier. The Republicans are obstructing justice by simply doing Devin Nunes's evil cavorting with the president and working with him on the side while they're supposed to have an objective view of this, and then siding with Russia, claiming that Russia had nothing to do with it. The Republicans in the House need to be looked at as treasonous at this point, possible committing treason. We're talking Mitch McConnell, who I said also gets money to get reelected from Russia because of Brett Kavanaugh's ruling. I established that in the show early. So Mitch McConnell's in on it. He's a Russian collaborator. But Hillary Clinton and John Podesta were Russian collaborators as well. Whenever they could make money, they would love to do deals with Russia. And that's where Russia controls American politics. They open up the door to money manipulation. Whenever they want to make a donation, they can now to a candidate and show them how much money they'll throw into their campaign. That was the worst ruling in the history of American jurisprudence. And Brett Kavanaugh was behind that ruling. In 2011, he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. And that made it all possible for people like Mitch McConnell and other people in the Republican Party to get money from Putin. So we're well into being taken over. We're so far, at this point, the break points would be the men and women in the FBI and the CIA that are completely aware of this inner circle that's been dictating what they do. And they've been running damage control for the mistakes and delusional thinking of the elitists who want to control the world. But the good men and women in the FBI and the CIA are perhaps our only hope at that level of getting any oversight over this. But if we can't break through the political barriers of censorship, which I've been trying to do for 10 years, we're still dead in the water politically. And we certainly aren't going to buy our way into a position where we are known. because we don't have anyone donating except for just a few people. Enough to pay for the minimum upkeep on what we're doing, which is a few domain names. Under America's Third Party, we secured American Third Party, americasthirdparty.com. We've got americathirdparty.com. We have americasthirdparty.net and americasthirdparty.org. We're paying for domains. I mean, it's like a very small trickle amount of money. And we have to pay for a server too to run our show. I don't need domains, I have them. That's not the point. We're not buying any advertising whatsoever, and we haven't. I never executed my plan to buy cable TV spots. And since we're heavily censored on YouTube, we are dead in the water in American politics. We're still a worldwide sensation, but the people that watch us are poor. So it's really a difficult question as to how far this can go. Now, if there's critical mass where people actually keep talking about us, it could lead to a story. But remember, all of the media outlets in the world are run by this cabal, the secret society, who run the CIA and everyone else within the substructure of our government. So I'm sorry to say to you, but we're already way down the road to being owned and controlled by these Zionist elitists who control not only our country, but Russia and any other country that they want to manipulate. So they're just using Russia to manipulate us right now. Russia is the vegetable by which they control what we're doing. Our country was used to control what happened in the Soviet Union when Ronald Reagan said that infamous statement, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." And George H.W. Bush was slowly financing the takedown of the Soviet Union and doing it for the New World Order. And even he was the one that said, there'll be a new world order, 1,000 points of light. Yeah, sure. It's not that I need donations. Donations would have been great 10 years ago. I, at this point, can't launch anything because the donations have trickled to nothing. Top heavy metal 1970. We were getting good donations up to a point when we were on Blog TV, and then all of a sudden, when we got to Vaughn, the donations stopped because Vaughn is, I believe, limiting 350 million VPNs. That's what Mark said, from getting in here. So we could be totally stifled on a national level. That's probably what's happening. GOP chairwoman, 11 hours ago, she called half the country deplorables and lost. 2 years later, Hillary Clinton is still waging a divisive campaign to pit Americans against each other, saying you cannot be civil with Republicans. Well, that's her opinion. She feels really burned, and the Democrats haven't expunged her from their party. They haven't found any guilt in Hillary, even though everything points to guilt. There's all kinds of areas where Hillary needs to be investigated. We're doing top heavy metal top 100s, really? Why are you sending me top heavy metal top 100s? Is that an important thing to you? Heavy metal music. So here he is saying, Putin and I discussed forming an impenetrable cybersecurity unit so the election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded. I'm trying to explain to you this is the problem. How can a person expect the group that just violated our nation's security in its political sense, how can that person expect that country to manage a cybersecurity unit guaranteeing our success? How is that possible? Well, Donald Trump doesn't want to admit that Russia did anything wrong. He still calls it a Russian hoax. And all the Republicans seem to be propping that theory up. Oh yeah, it's all Russian hoax. They're just attacking Donald. They've got a good relationship with Putin. Eh. And then they just found 7 cybersecurity hacks. They're after 7 guys, Russians, right now. They're trying to arrest them, proving that these people actually were caught red-handed by Interpol. They were actually caught right in the middle of moving laptops filled with all kinds of data about doping, Russian doping. There's been a lot of doping going on, and the Russians were so upset that they weren't allowed in the Olympics that they set a cybersecurity GRU, which is the Russian agency that does this investigation. The cybersecurity unit's been going out and trying to leech passwords from people when they're driving by using their Wi-Fi hotspot. They created a Wi-Fi hotspot in the trunk of a car, and they can suck in passwords like no tomorrow. No, I can't assume anything about. Well, I can assume that Interpol might be corrupt. Sure, absolutely. The truth of the matter is we've seen nothing but lies from various agencies. Like, remember the crash that went into the Alpine side of the hill, right near the CERN reactor, about 120 clicks away from the CERN reactor, the Hadron Collider. Yeah, it turned out that there was a plane that went right into the side of a mountain. And you heard the story that, I'm sure Stingray is what they're using, yeah. But you heard the story that the plane hit the side of the mountain, and then right away you heard that, oh, the pilot was locked out. And they had the transcript, the pilot being locked out of the plane, the downing of that flight. When there was the Swiss Alps crash in 2015 is what you can Google it, find it. But a Germanwings flight 9525 crashed in the side of a hill. And they still contend that the pilot was locked out. And the co-pilot went crazy and crashed the plane directly into the side of the hill, killing 150 souls on board. Yeah. That was 2015, 3 years ago. Yeah, see, the crash was caused deliberately by the co-pilot, Andreas Lubitz, who had previously been treated for suicidal tendencies and declared unfit to work by his doctor. Okay, that sounds great. It sounds really good. You know, everybody, it makes total sense. Except for one fact. There is no audio tape confirming that the pilot was locked out of the cockpit. There's not a single stitch of audio to verify that the pilot was knocked out, that he was knocking on the door. There is not one stitch of audio that verifies what they said in the transcript. Now that would be Interpol that would have seen that. And yeah, if they covered up for the attack on flight 9525, it's very possible that it could have been a reactor problem or a collider problem, because at the exact same time that plane was flying, 120 clicks away, miles away, oh, Mr. Bill, you're not really relevant tonight. You're being punished. If that happened, the collider failed, a magnetic failure was noted. A major magnet failure was noted at the exact same time that plane crashed into the side of the Alps. So a magnetic failure. What's the nearest thing that close to a magnet of that proportion that's metal? A metal plane with various components that might have the ability to be affected. Even the system's navigation system could be knocked out completely. Even if that happened, it could have downed the aircraft. Now this thing went right into the side of the mountain like this. Boom, at top speed. Everything was destroyed, but somehow they found the black box within 2 hours and then transcribed it. This just saved the CERN reactor people about 150 lawsuits, valued at maybe $2 million apiece. Settlement out of court for the loss of their loved ones. You're doing a Tommy Chong marijuana meal, the most expensive marijuana meal. Okay, that'll be fun. Thank you. Tommy Chong is still, smoking reefer, and now he's eating it. Well, that's just one of the many cases. There's MH370, MH17. Both of those planes were 777 Boeings. MH370 crashed into the side, or apparently was lost. But there was one particular piece of evidence that came up that linked MH370 to a cell phone transmission, a text message that was arithmetically put into a public server which cannot be altered from any other source. And it definitely said that they had been taken hostage. It came from one guy who was a top Marine, and he said that he'd somehow snuck, in the text message it said he had somehow snuck the cell phone into this where he was by putting it up his ass. Apparently they can put a cell phone up the person's ass. Anyway, he got it out, made the cell phone call. Couldn't have been a pleasant experience. It was not a cell phone call, it was actually text message, and it came from Diego Garcia, the base there, out in the middle of the ocean. Well, they said they couldn't find MH370. It was nowhere to be found. Yet, lo and behold, they got a text message from somewhere out in Diego Garcia. And the government said that this is preposterous. There are no cell towers on Diego Garcia. Beep, wrong. There are cell phone towers. There's 3 different carriers on Diego Garcia. That's how people, servicemen, communicate with their families. Yeah. Right, so pulling up the Illuminati picture, Rothschild patent MH370. Yeah. So this story kind of gets more and more interesting because on the MH370 flight, they had 4 co-owners, a whole staff of people that worked on a critical component to avionics for unmanned vehicles. And the 4 co-owners also shared the patent with the Carlyle Group, which happens to be the 5th owner. And when the flight went down, getting rid of all the co-owners and everyone else working in the company, the Carlyle Group became the sole owner. Yeah. Cell phone, it says in fine print, do not stick it up your ass. I believe that, yeah. But the actual Carlyle Group is now the sole owner of this amazing patent which controls the avionics of systems. It's a floating point patent which controls the thinking center of all unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, UAVs. And these drones are capable of reacting at lightning fast speed with incredible accuracy, which makes them weaponizable, which makes them extremely dangerous in the hands of the ultra elite. Now, where is this going? Well, if the Rothschilds were to put together a production center of, if they want to put together a production center of slaughter bots, all they would have to do is start building them. Slaughter bots then would be the ultimate weapon to use against anybody who disagreed with them. So if they wanted to attack a country or a group of people, they could initiate their slaughter bot just to take them out. So, I know, it's scary, isn't it? How he pulled it together, man. Yeah. Here's a scary picture about slaughter bots. Let me explain what they are. They're super fast and they're super accurate and they can target anybody.
Customer pilots directed almost 3,000 precision strikes last year. We're super proud of it. It allows you to separate the bad guys from the good. It's a big deal. But we have something much bigger. Your kids probably have one of these, right? Not quite. Hell of a pilot? No. That skill is all AI. It's flying itself. Its processor can react 100 times faster than a human. The stochastic motion is an anti-sniper feature. Just like any mobile device these days, it has cameras and sensors, and just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition. Inside here is 3 grams of shaped explosive. This is how it works. Did you see that? That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents.
Okay, yeah. Sorry I didn't hear that very well. I think you get the idea. I turned the volume down. But it can kill anybody. And I have not seen the new version of this, but I'll play more of this video for you later. Hey, that kind of reaches the end of our rope here. We've got a story here about San Francisco ready to permit robots on city sidewalks. Wow. Okay. Nice. All right, whatever. I'm not going to turn this away. It's going to have to, application fee for a device is $860 just to get the robot to work on the city street. So San Francisco wants to permit every single robot so they can make money on it. There's the Democrats trying to get their fingers in everything. The new version? Yeah, I need to get a link to the new version. Anyway, that's enough to scare a lot of us that these people who have this patent and this control over the unmanned aerial vehicles could be manufacturing them right now and storing them in a warehouse. It wouldn't take long for them to start systematically killing off the population one by one. Well, for every human being, they could probably make 5 or 6 of these things on Earth. That's how much production could ramp up. So you have 5 or 6 of these slaughter bots floating around for every human being on Earth. The human species is not going to last long against that. There's a couple ways of stopping them, but a lot of these involve weapons that can send a pulse into the air, knocking out their electric system. That's one way to stop a slaughter bot. But these pulse guns are available. They do exist. Spark gap transmitters, there you go. So there is a defense against these things. Plus there's eagles that can, you know, fly up and knock them down, but they'd blow the eagle up instead of yourself. So just another slaughter bot would take the position. David, if you are a robot, you must disclose it to us. Jerry Brown says so. Really? I am not a robot. I am clearly, like you, human. Beep. Beep. Of course I'm not a robot. Gosh. I do voices that sound like robots, but the defense to those drones is to jam them with RF. Exactly. But how many of you have drone stopping RF systems available at a moment's touch and can load your weapon? The AA-12 could take out these things, but you'd have to be firing it rapidly into the air. Yeah, but I mean, again, the AA-12, one of the most powerful shotgun in the world, could not even take down these things because they move quicker than the AA-12. They're super fast. They can go perhaps 10 times faster than a normal flying drone. I mean, drones aren't linked to time and space like we are. They can fly at amazingly fast speed and make connections at lightning fast, faster than our human mind can connect. So clearly they can blow a hole right through our brain like that. Yeah, on a brighter note, we've got some songs for you tonight. Got a couple videos. And I guess just a good concept to, you know, man trains seagull to dance. Ooh, that looks like fun. Got lots of videos. John Oliver, billionaire shenanigans going on. People claiming George Soros funded the paid the Kavanaugh protesters. That's just ridiculous. And there's stories about SpaceX, this thing that happened over LA, which I believe was a dispersion of massive particulates. As they're developing these balls that they can throw in the air and disperse massive particulates all at once to kind of create an ambient particulate base for their phased array radar, which has been creating and triggering weather pattern anomalies like droughts and hurricanes, whichever way they want to go. Nice stuff, huh? We're processing here. I don't really know if you know the frequency they operate on. I'm not an expert on drone technology. Here's a song suggestion. Oh, there you go. Numb, U2. That's a good one. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with Mr. Dave, me. I will be playing more of that video on drones in just a bit. Yeah, it's been a long day. Appreciate the time. We'll get to tomorrow, which will be Wasteful Wednesday. We'll talk about the radiation, everything in this radio frequency spectrum that is affecting us. The fact that we're wasting valuable food. 50% of our food production is going in the garbage. We have a plan to solve that problem. And the idea of getting wasted and smoking some doobie, which I think the American people are going to really like doing when I legalize it in America, coming up in 2021. All right, cool. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. It's always a non-stop thing for me. I seem to be in the groove, and we're doing it every day. All right, bouncy too. Take care. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.